Okay, welcome, good evening. Let me call to order this meeting of the City of Bloomington Plan Commission for Monday, April 13th, 2026. I'll start by giving just a brief overview of our agenda this evening. We will have some internal housekeeping items first before we get to petitions. There is one petition that has been continued, that is SUB 2025-12-0051, petitioners Paul Pruitt and Keith Klein. That is continued, won't be heard tonight. We have one petition on a consent agenda tonight, and then we have 6 petitions that will be heard, hopefully all be heard in full tonight. We have 4 of those are UDO amendments, and then the other 2, one is site plan approval at 503 North Rogers, and then finally, final plan approval at 1320 South Rogers. So that is our agenda this evening. Let's start, though, by just calling the roll for attendance.
Bishop.
Here.
Burrell.
Here.
Seaboard.
Here.
Korodke.
Here.
Holmes.
Here.
Kinsey.
Here.
Stossberg.
Here.
Whistler.
Here. All right, seems we do have a quorum, so we can continue. The next thing on our agenda is approval of minutes. We have minutes from the February 9th Plan Commission meeting for approval tonight. Are there any questions or corrections to those minutes? Is there a motion to approve those minutes?
I'll motion to approve the February 9th minutes. Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Let's just do a voice vote on this tonight. We don't have any remote participants tonight, do we? All right, so let's, all in favor of approving the February 9th minutes, say aye.
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 All opposed? All right, the minutes are approved. Next up, we have reports, resolutions, and communications. Are there any reports from commissioners? All right. Any reports from staff?
Yes, several. First, we wanted to thank the Plan Commission for their patience as we work through the new format of the agenda and how documents are organized within that. Staff is still working through some of the learning curve with that, so we appreciate your patience as we put all the respective information in packets and try to get that out to you guys. Second, two things. One of the additional petitions that will be heard tonight is being requested to be continued. That is the petition at 1320 South Rogers Street for Built Alt LLC. They are still working through some issues with City of Bloomington utilities as of today, and we're not able to work through those, and so they're requesting continuance to the May meeting. So that will need to take a vote since that happened after the packet went out. And then second, in your agenda, we have updated rules and procedures for the Plan Commission. So this is kind of an upkeep of wording within there, removing old references to previous plans that have been replaced, the comprehensive plan or the master plan, as well as new language regarding just a lot of references to file naming, filing fees, just a lot of housekeeping stuff. We haven't done any housekeeping in rules and procedures for Plan Commission in a while. So that is one of the other items. You don't have to vote on that. We're just giving that to you for reference. Oh, I'm sorry, you do have to vote on that. I'm sorry, say that again, Brad? Yes, so under reports and resolutions from staff, you should see a link to a document titled Updated Rules and Procedures.
Right. When I click that link,
Okay, is everybody else, okay, it is working for others? Yeah, again, thank you. We want to thank you for the patience as we work through how documents are linked in this new arrangement. The arrangement here of the agenda is to meet certain accessibility requirements, and so that is what is, bringing forward a lot of these changes that you'll see in terms of how the packet is formally presented to you now.
And so I'm assuming we'll need a vote to adopt these new rules.
Yes.
Recording in progress.
Is this something that you want us to act on tonight, or?
You can, if you want additional time to look at that, we can certainly continue that to the May hearing, and you can vote on it at that time. There's nothing in there that's time sensitive that has to happen tonight.
Okay. Well, I would feel more comfortable having a little more time to read it over. So if that, unless someone else wants to move to vote on that tonight, I would just soon take the time and deal with it at the next meeting. Yes, Commissioner Sussberg.
Question, can I ask a question about it?
Sure, yeah.
The notice, the mailing notices was changed in a couple places from 21 days to 10 days. And I guess I'm just concerned, because it looked like some of those, I guess I'm just concerned about the speed of the mail. And so
that was
wondering why
actually-
we changed it.
That was done in the UDO, I think, last year or the year before that. So this is just syncing this data with what's in the UDO.
Okay, thanks.
Any other questions on the new rules? Go ahead.
Yes. So that one, it's like, it looks like a substantive change, but it was to make it comply with rule changes that had already existed elsewhere that controlled.
Yes.
Are all of the changes like that? Because I looked through and there were many of them that were clearly technical, but there were many of them that well, that's substantive. So can you confirm that literally every one of the substantive changes was to conform with a controlling
Yes,
statute?
the rules and procedures aren't really laws. Those are just kind of best management practices and how meetings are run. So, the actual law, the meat of it is the UDO. These are just kind of the day-to-day housekeeping things that help run a lot of the basic things. So there's nothing substantial that I can...
I just mean substantive as opposed to technical correction. Like some of them were removing commas and things like that.
Yeah.
That's obviously not an issue. But when you're changing dates and things like that to periods for reply and those types of things, if they were all made to comply with changes that have already been made, fine. But if
Sure.
were any of them not?
Yeah, we'll scan it quickly, but I don't think any of them were. Jackie Scanlon, Assistant Director. Like we changed, for example, the appeal period from 5 days to 10. That was something we did in the UDO a couple of years ago. So we're just trying to sync that in here because it's confusing for people. Also, the fee schedule stuff, that's all already been approved by Plan Commission. It just doesn't live in here correctly yet. So all of that you can see in the fee schedule is the same. We are now processing Class 2 permits differently. So we made some changes in here to note that. And some of the other changes related to who interested parties are, again, that's already been done in the Plan Commission. I don't think, I'm just checking quickly, but I don't think there were any other substantive that we wanted to, or thought you might want to address. The 21 to 10 was done a number of years ago, so that all of the boards and commissions could be the same, because some were 21 and some were 10 that we staff. Just a second. Yeah, and then just changing some of the verbiage, changing some of the, again, to match the UDO. We took out, the minutes that you see are summary, and it used to describe them and say that they need to be described in more detail, so we took that out because we've been doing summary now for a couple of years, which is what legal, said was good for us to do. So yeah, I don't think there were any other substantive ones there.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Commissioner Kinsey.
I think you may have answered this, Jackie, in the comment you just made, but regarding the syncing of the documents, but the one that stood out to me was the interested party, 300 feet versus the contiguous and adjacent. Is that one of those instances too?
Yes.
Okay, so now we're in sync with what is in the UDO. Okay, thank you.
And that particular language actually kind of increases the public notification requirement because it's a broader circle.
Thank you.
All right, any other questions? All right, any other reports from staff?
No, like I mentioned, you will need to vote on the other continuance for that petition at 1320 South Rogers.
Okay, yeah, we can go ahead and do that now. It's a little out of order, but I would entertain a motion to continue SP 2026-03-0005 to the May meeting.
Motion to continue SP 2026-03-005, built Alt LLC at 1320 South Rogers to the May meeting.
Is there a second? All right, any discussion? Seems pretty straightforward. All right, let's call the roll on the motion to continue.
Seaboard,
Yes.
Korodke,
Yes.
Holmes,
Yes.
Kinsey,
Yes.
Smith,
I'm sorry.
sorry, Holmes.
Yes.
No, sorry. Get them out of there. Stossberg,
Yes.
Whistler,
Yes.
Burrell,
Yes.
Korodke. Got
This
you
is-
already.
Yeah, I already voted
I
yes.
have two separate.
Do we have to do
All right, I think we
Bishop.
got it.
Yes.
Okay. Motion carries. That petition is continued to the May meeting. We'll move on now to petitions we're going to hear tonight, beginning with our consent agenda. There is one item on the consent agenda. That is ZO 2026-04-0005. This is a resolution related to the creation of a TIF allocation area for the Summit PUD. Is there any commissioner who would like that to be removed from the consent agenda and receive a full hearing tonight? Or are we okay moving forward with the consent agenda?
So can I ask a question before
Sure.
So my understanding is we're supposed to approve a declaratory resolution and then the plan, make sure it complies with UDO? Is that what we normally do? Because I did not see those items attached.
Okay, so you do not approve the declaratory resolution, the RDC does that. You are looking at that declaratory resolution, which is in the third-party exhibits folder, under this, what?
I didn't see that earlier.
You did not see it, it was not there when you emailed earlier. You could get to it through the other folders, but there wasn't a direct link. And so that was added later this afternoon. I'm happy to talk about it, or Mr. Kerr can as well. But basically what you're doing as the Plan Commission is saying whether or not you think the declaratory resolution and the redevelopment plan, which we know is Summit, a TIF for the Summit PUD, or a number of TIFs for the Summit PUD, is in line with the development of our unit. So what the main, I think, easiest way to think about that is the TIF that they're proposing, or a little group of TIFs, in line with what the comprehensive plan wants in that area, which is residential. And that's what the TIF is for. So that's why we recommended that you all approve the proposed resolution and redevelopment plan.
But we do not have is there language to the TIF or?
Yes,
Is
it's
there-
all in that third-party exhibits folder. And I'm happy to share some of that if you guys want to pull it off the agenda. I just started to do it, but then I remembered.
Typically, consent agenda are items that are, housekeeping items or generally non-controversial items that staff doesn't feel deserve a full hearing. If you want to have a full hearing and have questions and debate about it, then we would need to you would need to move to remove that from the consent agenda and have a full hearing. Go ahead, Commissioner Kinsey.
I know we're all getting used to the new format, and it is challenging to sort through a variety of different folders. I did see everything this afternoon, but given the fact that some people have not seen everything, we could do this one as, we could remove it from the consent agenda to treat it, to make sure that we're really giving it light of day. And I don't think it would take too much time to do that, just to be sure, in case there are any questions. So I would agree to that, mostly because I think we're all getting oriented to the new folder structures here, more than anything.
Yes, so if you pull it, it will go in line numerically. So it'll
Numerically.
be the last item, which is fine. I'm just, in case you thought we were going to talk about it now, we are not.
What do you think?
Somebody would have to make a motion.
I already read it all, so I feel okay.
All right. Last call. Commissioner Stossberg.
Well, I was going to move to approve the consent agenda.
Is there a second?
Second.
All right, any final discussion on the consent agenda? Is there any public comment on the consent agenda? All right, let's call the roll on approval of the consent agenda.
Kovrodke,
Yes.
Holmes,
Yes.
Kinsey,
Yes.
Stossberg,
Yes.
Whistler,
Yes.
Bishop,
Yes.
Burrell, Seaboard.
Yes.
All right, motion carries and the consent agenda is approved. We're now on to our full hearing petitions. We will start with ZO 2026-01-0019. These are technical amendments to the UDO, and I believe we've got Jamie Kreindler here, the case manager, to present. Take it away, Jamie.
You'll have to bear with us a little bit. There appears to be a lag in Zoom between what we're doing and what's showing on the screen. So give us just a minute here as it syncs up.
All right.
There we go. Yeah, I'll go for it. So real quickly, I'll just kind of preface this and lead off the first section, and then Jamie will take over for the next chapter, and then we'll kind of alternate. So what is coming for the Planning Commission tonight are the series of annual amendments that we do to the UDO. These range from cleanup of various items such as punctuation and missing commas and capitalized words to things that are a little bit more substantial in nature. So we'll point out the things that are substantial in nature, and then just kind of leave it open for what the Planning Commission might want to call out. So the first petition that is before you tonight are for the amendments that we call or classify kind of as a technical. So these are certainly the situations where you just have misspellings, commas that are missing, a footnote that might be off. And so in these technical amendments, we have about 18 or so amendments, and I can just kind of go through those if you need to. As I mentioned, these are missing commas, missing citations. Also, one of the things that we're doing in the UDO is removing or trying to sync up references to city departments. So we'll be removing references to city when we're saying city planning department or city engineering and just saying planning department or engineering. So you'll see that commonality as we move through some of the chapters and some of the sections. So the technical amendments, as I mentioned there, we're just kind of cleaning up some things, removing some references to city and just referencing the transportation department, correcting typos. Yeah, that's pretty much a lot of what these technical amendments are. To spelling, a few spelling errors, some citations again to city and departments, And so with that, we're happy to answer any specific questions if you have about this particular section of the amendments.
All right, are there any questions from commissioners? Go ahead.
I have a question on the payments in lieu of sidewalks language.
So we will get to that. That is in chapter 4. So that will be the next section after that. So go ahead and save that question.
Thanks.
Any other questions from commissioners about the technical corrections? Commissioner Strasburg.
I just have kind of a general question, I think, because in your memo, it says, it seems to imply the PDF version, which is not in sync with the Municode version, and so some of these corrections are to basically correct in Municode things that already may have been corrected in the PDF. Did I get that right?
Yeah, there are, I don't think in this particular section there is that situation. I think in the next one or two down the line, there is one of those situations where we're fixing something or just syncing the two. There was a separate sheet in that Google sheet that you had that were some Municode references that we need to fix, but that's not part of this. We're dealing with that separately with the clerk's office. But in this particular section, there aren't any of those situations where we're fixing a Municode error.
Okay, but in terms of like the PDF version that you're referencing, it's like what's linked from the planning and transportation page? Is that the PDF version that you're?
Yeah, that's the PDF version. I believe this is the first year that we've done the redlining in Municode 2, so that was a little bit different for us and maybe different for some of you. But as we were working through the Municode redline, we noticed there were some discrepancies that didn't quite match with the PDF version. So that's the goal of this, is to try to remedy those discrepancies and get that cleaned up.
Okay, are we still going to be able to have the PDF version in terms of like accessibility stuff, or are we just going to have like the entire UDO as part of Municode now and not have the separate PDF?
We are working on a version of the PDF. The PDF itself does not meet accessibility requirements. So we've done a lot of work in-house to create a different version of that that still looks that way. That's not the Municode look. So we're working on creating an equivalent version of that.
Okay, so that will update then?
Yeah, we were able
Okay.
to convert the Word doc of the PDF to a Google doc, and we've been working through it. So it might look a little bit different in terms of like the page numbers might not align one for one, but we have successfully made all of the 7 chapters accessible. They're currently split up into 7 different chapters though, so we're going to see if we can somehow combine it into one. But it was a little bit of a struggle with such a large document trying to review it for accessibility.
Okay, great, thank you. I'm just going to put a plug in for that PDF version, which is a lot easier to look up some of those subheading things than it is in Municode. So I'm glad that we're still going to manage to have that resource.
Yeah, we're certainly aware of that, and that was one of the main benefits of the PDF is it's a lot more user-friendly, especially with all the hyperlinks that are in there that allows you to jump around and move through there. So we certainly recognize that that is a high priority, and so we're working on that.
Any other questions?
I have a question. So if I may, so when we're reconciling the Municode and the PDF version, is it because one of them was changed and we have to yet update the other one? Like, so was an amendment made and that amendment was put in Municode or whichever one, and then the other one wasn't? Or how do these discrepancies come about?
Yes, so there are some situations where we're just syncing these up. There were some things that we're not quite sure where they got off the line in Municode. So we're just kind of.
Are you saying that Municode is the one that's off and that the PDF is the source of truth, or is Municode the source of truth?
Yes, the PDF should be that way. However, there are some things that we've just found that we're not quite sure, like I said, how they got there.
Okay. So the PDF is this like gigantic Word document actually that the consultants made for us, Clarion Associates, 6 years ago. And so every year we update it, and it has some glitches in it. So sometimes we've brought amendments to you where we're like taking out a repeated part of the text that for some reason is just duplicating in the PDF, but we haven't been able to figure out how to get it out. So the PDF is what we've used in the past to show you what should be in Unicode, and whenever the Plan Commission approves a PDF, that's what gets sent to the codifier that they use to make the changes. But occasionally, sorry?
In Unicode?
Yes.
Okay.
So especially because of the accessibility discussion, we have determined that when we come here now, we'll use the Unicode version because it's just cleaner. And so what we did was actually go through and try to make sure they were all exactly the same. Some things were missing from Unicode. We were able to track down those old ordinances and say to the clerk, hey, can you check with the codifier, because here is what should have been done and they didn't do it. And so those things are being updated and you're not seeing that. But some of the errors are in the PDF if they were if for some reason the PDF kind of did some formatting on its own. So that's why after this year, it should be clear that the Unicode is the legal version. Yes.
So what are we voting on correcting the PDF?
No.
What are we voting on specifically?
You're voting on correcting the Unicode. So again, because of our new system, we should not have sent you that whole Google sheet. We should have just sent you the sheets that say Unicode and PDF only, because the PDF only ones we made when we were trying to decide how we were going to do it, but those aren't coming to you. It's just the Unicode fixes. Okay,
and when you say fixes, do you mean these were errors or are these amendments we're making?
Some are, so in the technical version, they're either errors or corrections of saying engineering department instead of planning. But the other ones, in the other 3 ordinances, those will be amendments. They're all amendments, but most of technical is fixes.
Right. Okay, I'm just trying to make sure we're not voting to we've got the Unicode, it's the source of truth, and now we're voting to fix the PDF.
No, you are
I'm
voting
just
on the
making sure we're
Unicode
not doing
only.
that. Okay.
And then we will make an updated accessible version in Google Docs based on those changes.
Thank you.
Any other questions on the technical corrections? All right, is there any public comment on ZO 2026-01-0019? Are there any online participants who would like to comment? If so, just click on your reactions button and click to raise your virtual hand, or send a message to the meeting host, and we'll recognize you when it's your turn to speak.
I'm not seeing anybody online.
Okay, last call for public comment. All right, we are back to the commission. Any final discussion or a motion on ZO 2026-01-0019?
I'll motion to approve the technical corrections in ZO 2026-01-0019.
Is there a second?
Second.
All right, let's call the roll on the motion to approve.
Kinsey,
Yes.
Stossberg,
Yes.
Whistler,
Yes.
Bishop. Yes. Burrell. Yes. Seaboard,
Yes.
Korodke,
Yes.
Holmes.
Yes.
Motion carries, and that petition is approved. We're on now to ZO 2026-02-002.
Okay, I'll go ahead and present this one. So Jamie Kreinler, Senior Zoning Planner. So this is the proposed amendments for Chapter 4, which deals with the development standards and incentives. So this is a big one. I won't touch on every single one, but I'll try to highlight some of the more substantial changes that you might be interested in, and you're welcome to ask questions about anything. So the first few are just adding some footnotes that were missing. Footnote 2 has to do with the incentives, so just wanted to make sure that matches other language in the UDO. And the proposed additions to the Table 04-6, which deals with types of exceptions that are allowed. We're proposing to add a new type of exception that would allow structures doing additions to get closer to compliance for build-to ranges. There is a proposed change that deals with changing the small parcels from 2 acres to 1 acre and adding a preference for heritage trees. And some of these two are dealing with technical changes like deleting an unnecessary comma and removing the city label. We're proposing to modify the slope language to align with state law, so that says that we can't regulate steep slopes, or we can regulate if the maximum slope is 25%. And then there are some changes that deal with adding that items that are exempt from getting a floodplain development permit are also exempt from getting a conditional use permit from the Board of Zoning Appeals. One of the bigger changes is that we're proposing to add new language about a fee in lieu of path, sidewalk, or trail construction. So this would involve removing the determinate sidewalk variances. We would no longer do those. Instead, we would have a fund. So if someone was not building a sidewalk as required, they'd be contributing a payment, and that would be a payment in lieu. So that's be something different that we are proposing this year. There is an amendment that deals with adding that EV charging requirements for auto sales are based on customer employee parking, just to more clearly define how we do that. We're proposing to add roofing materials within the mixed use and non-residential districts. We worked with the urban forester throughout this process, and he represents the tree commission. So some of the changes we talked about with Haskell, and one of them is for the street trees to allow 1.5-inch caliper, which is a reduction. I think it's 2 inches now. So we would allow that if approved by the urban forester. We're adding back language that was previously in the code, then removed, and now it's under our jurisdiction again. So that's about plastic netting per MS4. Some of the changes have to do with species for street trees, and again, that was working with the urban forester. And then another change I'll highlight is about the parking lot perimeter landscaping. So the change now has to do with, we would only include it for the perimeter of the parking lot, and it would not be included in the interior like it is now. And Eric worked on that, so he can give you more of the specifics. I think those are the main changes I wanted to highlight. At the end of this, there are a handful that have to do with removing ornamental from the code, referring to trees, and instead changing it to small, medium in some cases, or just not including it at all. Eric, did you have anything you wanted to add with this?
No, certainly just happy to answer any questions as planning commissioners have questions about specific elements or what we went over.
Questions from commissioners? Commissioner Kinsey.
My question relates to the change regarding sidewalks and the inclusion of payment in lieu or fee in lieu. And I wonder what informed that decision. I'm going to probably guess some of it, but I would like to hear some explanation of the decision to move to a fee in lieu. And then I wondered about the fund that goes to. And at one point I remember there being a sidewalk fund that the Sidewalk Commission had some authority over to determine where sidewalks went. And now I see it indicates that this will go into the alternate transportation fund. And I wonder what else is in that. So just a little more explanation about that dimension of the changes, please.
Yep, so we have had an allowance within the UDO for a determinate sidewalk variance for a long time. So the determinate sidewalk variance path allows for somebody to seek temporary relief from being required to install a sidewalk. They have to record a zoning commitment that says at some point in the future, the city can require a sidewalk to be constructed on a property. And so we have done these in numerous situations, and they're scattered all over the city. We have never, to my knowledge, yet called one in. They can be somewhat difficult. While they are required to be recorded on your deed, and so we certainly have a record of tracking them, it can be hard sometimes to know or be able to do that research. Also, it could be very challenging 35 years down the line for a completely different property owner for them to get a notification that they've got to install a sidewalk on their property. And mostly it just led to a lot of really challenging situations where we weren't accomplishing sidewalks in the community, we were deferring it. And so one path that is prevalent in a lot of other communities is a payment in lieu option, where somebody can make a contribution based on a set amount. So every year we would have a set amount of what concrete or asphalt would cost. When a situation comes up and somebody's required to install a sidewalk, they can either build the sidewalk or make that payment. So it would go to the sidewalk fund. And I believe that that's something that the City Council Sidewalk Commission would then administer in terms of where that gets used, in addition to the money that they also have as part of the yearly appropriations. So this is just a better solution to the problem that results in sidewalks actually getting constructed in a more recent time frame, rather than just a determinate sidewalk variance that sits on a property and nothing ever really happens. It makes for sometimes a lot of really difficult discussions at the Board of Zoning Appeals when we have these, and so this is a more pragmatic approach to situations where sidewalks are required.
If I may follow up, I guess I'm a little concerned about seeming to give up sidewalk construction. And I certainly don't want to create any policies that give up sidewalk construction or that somehow make it more feasible or attractive to just pay the fee.
Yep, so this is something that the department looks at. So this is not an allowance. There might be a situation where we say, based on the criteria that are in here, that no, you are not eligible for this and you have to install the sidewalk.
So there's still an amount of serious consideration. I mean, I see
Yes,
the
absolutely.
beginning of the statement. We support the installation of paths, sidewalks, and trails. And just one more thing, what else is in the alt transportation fund? What else, is that a lot of things, or is it really exclusive to sidewalks, paths,
So
and
this
trails?
would be a fund for this specifically. To my knowledge, I'm not aware of anything else that would be contributing to this other than this. Oh, sorry. Ryan Roblin could probably address that better.
Yeah, I guess I'm certainly pro sidewalk, so I want to make sure that we don't end up building other sorts of things or.
Yeah, Eric is partially right. The Alternative Transportation Fund already exists. Several things pay into it. A big one is excess funding from parking revenue, specifically neighborhood permits. But it is a fund that is in control of council, as Eric mentioned, specifically the now called Pedestrian Safety Committee. So that is formerly the Sidewalk Committee and is made up of council members and then voted on by all of council to make pedestrian improvements. It used to just be sidewalks, but now we are focusing on the high injury network, so sidewalks and other pedestrian safety improvements along high injury corridors.
Thank you very much. Okay, thanks.
Are there any other questions?
Yes.
Let's start at the end and work our
please.
way back.
Yeah, I wanted to do a follow-up on the payment in lieu of sidewalks as well. It says in here that the payment in lieu would be determined by the Planning and Transportation Department when required path or sidewalk and trail is not feasible due to existing practical difficulties associated with the property. So it sounds like we're penalizing developers, property owners, when a sidewalk is not able to be put in. We're going to require them to pay money for that. And that seems to be counterproductive to the idea of collecting a payment when sidewalks cannot be put in because the developer does not want to, not that they cannot. So could you clarify that, please?
Yep, so the criteria is set up so that, there has to be something unique about here that doesn't allow them to. So it's not a, we don't want to. They've got to show that they meet the criteria that are in there.
But if sidewalks can't be put in, why would we charge them because they can't put sidewalks in?
So the alternative would be, they would seek a determinate sidewalk variance. But again, as I mentioned, that doesn't result in a real accomplishment. That just postpones something indefinitely, whereas this provides a mechanism that does result in improvements within a more rational, and, Ryan can maybe supplement that a little bit if he...
Ryan Roebling, Planning Services Manager again. Eric's right, but I would also note that sidewalks are always required. The options are a determinate sidewalk variance, which means eventually you'll have to pay for a sidewalk, or you'll redesign your site so that a sidewalk does fit. There are rules in place to require that. So this would give an option to not have to kick the can down the road. It would allow us to do something right now with that excess money, and then later on, the city can come in and redesign either the right-of-way or the site to have a compliant sidewalk, which is difficult for some developers right now.
Okay. The language just seems ambiguous. Is there a way to make it a little more clear? Because the way I read it is that if you're unable to build those, then we will charge you for them and put them into the Alternative Transportation Fund. Because it specifically says it's not feasible to do so. And I can't wrap my head around that.
We're certainly open to suggestions. The language that we have in here now, that talks about the constraints, the topography of the lot or adjacent lots are undeveloped, and that uniformity. The language that you see there now is very identical to what the determinate sidewalk variance criteria are, the supplemental findings, I should say. Variances always have to be based on the 3 stated criteria, and then there are additional review criteria that, while not to be, made as part of specific findings of fact, can be taken into consideration, such as, that the topography of the lot presents some challenge, or that, adjacent properties aren't developed and, or are developed, and, the requirements for a sidewalk may not be met on adjacent lots at some point. I think we're open if you've got suggestions, but these criteria were very similar to, if not identical to, how we're currently evaluating the determinate sidewalk variance requests.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Continuing on that, so these are basically circumstances where they would have been able to get a waiver before, if the conditions are present at the property that cause it to be not feasible to do it.
Yes, so
before, right now, the way it is, they could get a waiver.
Yep, so the same criteria as what would have been evaluated for the determinate sidewalk variance. Now, like I said, we're utilizing that for the payment in lieu option that results in that contribution, and then we can use that for the area or, others.
Sorry, just to add to that, but it's not a permanent waiver. The determinate sidewalk variance means that you record a zoning commitment that says if the city decides they want you to build it later, you're on the hook for it financially. So in this way, it's more of like an upfront, you deal with the issue and you're moving on with your life, and it's not following the title of your property forever, which we think is also a benefit to the people living there. They can decide whether or not they want to buy that property where they know they're going to have to, pay this up front, because it's not a permanent, the variance is not definitive, it's determinate. And so we could always call back later and ask them to build it
If the conditions change, for example,
Correct.
to make it, because that probably doesn't happen that often, right? There's,
Correct.
like, how often does the city come back
Almost
and say,
never.
we want you to build it?
So
Right,
then
that
it's
never
just like, we're
happens.
just tracking them, people are seeing them in their title, and it's not something that we're actually using. Right, so like an example would be if the city was going through to build a sidewalk along, an 8-block stretch, if there were determinate variances along there, then we could ask those people for money to contribute to that project. And that's just kind of messy and not ideal, and so we're trying to make it simpler, more expensive upfront for sure.
I mean, if this builder couldn't build it initially, the city wouldn't be able to build it later.
Sorry,
right?
did you say that again?
You said if the city comes in later, okay, maybe something like that. Okay, so
Yeah,
maybe
right-of-way
rule
could
changes, other
change,
rule changes could
I mean,
happen.
and, yeah.
Okay. So do we have any idea, like, how many this would be in a year? Like, given the past year, did you guys count? Did you make a survey or an estimate of, like, what's the actual effect of this going to be?
I would say maybe a handful of determinate sidewalk variance requests that we hear. Yeah, as a ballpark.
And basically, all of those will turn into a fee now, instead of just getting a waiver.
Yes.
Now they'll effectively get a waiver, but it's now called payment in lieu, and they'll have to pay for that waiver.
Yes.
Okay.
I guess a follow-up, if I can just jump on that, is that, if you say a handful, is that primarily developers or individual home buyers? You have an empty.
Most of these situations are single-family homes situations. We don't really encounter this with a multifamily development or commercial development because they're developing a large piece of ground. When you're talking about a 40-foot or 50-foot wide single-family lot, then that's an isolated situation, and so the determinate sidewalk variance criteria might say, hey, it's not appropriate here because you're talking about an isolated situation, one lot, whereas multifamily or commercial, you have a much larger frontage, and so yeah, we don't really deal with this other than typically single-family lots or plexes.
So I may have missed it, there's a lot in this, so how much is the payment in lieu?
As I mentioned, it would be based on, what the cost of concrete is, just as a guess, if you're talking about a 50-foot wide lot, you might be talking about $3,000 or $4,000.
Okay. Thank you for that. If I could maybe ask other questions. So this kind of feels like a document dump. Like we've got a ton of changes that we're being asked to accept, and this is only one of 4. The technical ones were easy, but these are full. There are several substantive ones, and you go through here, many of them I have no idea what the effect will be. And there's no statement in here of the intended policy purpose for the changes. Like there's no explanation. I mean, it says literally what the change is, modifies the scope of this or changes the wording to this.
Yeah, certainly understand.
Why we're making the change and what we expect the outcome to be that's for me and for the sheer number of them that we're being asked to look at here. Is there any plan to do some sort of further detail or add to this so that we have a little something to look at to understand this is why we're making this change? Because the why is entirely absent from this.
Yeah, no, that's a great question. And I would say, within the amendments that we've got on the table tonight, this and probably the other one that is in this chapter in regards to landscaping changes for parking, and then a later one that's dealing with the removal of the standardized business are probably the 3 biggest things. So you're right, probably a little bit more background could have been helpful on this one, but that's where I guess the presentation by staff in this question and answer helps serve that purpose of what it is. The amendments themselves are just the black and white changes, and so this dialogue here helps to try to supplement that. But we can certainly look at adding a little bit more language. Certainly this moves to council because this is a big thing and we recognize that.
Okay, thank you.
Just while we're on that topic, could you point us to the language that defines how the payment is calculated?
So that'll be in the administrative manual. As I mentioned, we'll have a price at the beginning of every year that number is based on. So it'll be a set amount based on, NDOT has certain estimation numbers that they use. There's certainly standards that are in the industry for what is utilized. So that'll be published in the administrative manual for everyone.
I see. So it's just reference to the administration. There's no calculation methodology included in the UDO.
It'll just be a raw number, and it'll be a very basic number. Obviously, with installation of sidewalks, there can be a wide range of factors, such as grading and retaining walls, and so we're not factoring that in. We're just looking at a raw number of, this is how much concrete costs per square foot, this is how much this property is, and it'll just be a raw number of that, and a very basic amount.
I got it. Yeah, I see it's in, page 165. The fee calculation for approved payments in lieu of paths, sidewalks, and trails shall be based on the adopted planning and transportation fee schedule. That's what you're talking about. That's the reference to that's in the administrative manual.
Okay, so just for reference, I mean, some of you know this, but some of you don't. You used to have to build sidewalk no matter what if you built a new single-family house. And so then people would call them sidewalks to nowhere. And then in 2018, we changed that rule. And you only have to build, if you're building just a one-off single-family house, you only have to build if you're on a classified road, so like one that is typically busier or might feel like it might need more safety for a pedestrian, or if you're adjacent to a sidewalk. So we made that change in 2018. So not every new single-family house we get requires a sidewalk. It's only if they meet the other conditions. And I would say most of them these days, they put them in the plexes. So like you can see there are some new plexes along 10th Street, like east of Lincoln, like that's all new sidewalk. Most people put them in. If they can't, then this would be like an alternative. I'll say that 8 years ago, engineering estimated, so Andrew can tell me if this is wild, like 30 to 100 per lineal foot for a regular 5-foot wide sidewalk. And then, of course, if there are other outstanding situations for building an actual sidewalk, it could be more, but we'll just be basing ours on how much does concrete cost, not what does your land look like. So we are trying to prioritize, pedestrian connections, and as Eric said, what has happened is that when we're doing these determinate sidewalk variances, we're never getting that connection or any other connection. And so we're trying to find a way. There has been a push, just like in the country, to kind of update how that's done. And so we are trying to do that here as well. Thanks.
Thank you. Let's start all the way down at the end and work our way back here.
Sure. Just one question. Did the Transportation Commission weigh in on the sidewalk fee in lieu discussion? And what did they share?
Yes, the Transportation Commission, this went in February to the Transportation Commission. They reviewed it. They made a recommendation that the proposal be changed to not require the review of the Transportation Commission. Otherwise, they were supportive. The original proposal, or the proposal is to have the transportation as a reviewing body. Currently, determinate sidewalk variances are approved by the Board of Zoning Appeals or hearing officer, and staff believes that that is appropriate, that someone should review it other than staff to ensure that some sort of compliance or some sort of criteria are being met rather than just a quick review. So,
thank you.
Follow up on that first, because I thought that it said in here that the Transportation Commission was going to review all of those things. And then I thought that what I just heard you say was that they don't want to review all of those things. So now I'm confused.
yeah, Transportation Commission said that they would prefer to not review it. Staff still believes that the Transportation Commission is the best body to review it.
Oh, okay. So staff is going to make the Transportation Commission review it anyway?
That is the current plan, yes.
Okay, great, thanks. I have other questions about the payment in lieu thing as well. I just want clarity. So in terms of like what we're asking people to pay, it's just the cost of the concrete as a single material, not the cost of any other materials related to the sidewalk, and not the cost of any labor or actual installation or anything like that. It's just the concrete.
Correct. It's just the raw amount of that concrete.
Okay. And so that fee would not then actually be enough to cover potential construction of a sidewalk, say, somewhere else?
I'm so sorry. Eric mentioned that I don't actually know that NDOT's math is that simple, and I would actually defer to city engineer or Seaboard.
I would expect that the cost would reflect the cost of the material and the labor to install it. It would reflect just consistent unit fees that contractors pay if the city is building a new sidewalk or NDOT is building a new sidewalk, and it would include everything to build the sidewalk.
So is that number that was stated earlier, 3,000 or 4,000, still correct on, say, a 50-foot long sidewalk that's 6 feet wide?
I'm not in a position to say with confidence what the value would be, but just that it would be the on aggregate average price for installing it. So some places are very easy and would be much easier to, and some places more challenging and more expensive. So it'd just be the average unit price in the area.
Okay, I'm really generally interested in what that number actually is. And so just like when you come to council, that should be apparent. Because the Transportation Commission is the one that's actually going to approve that fee calculation each year. Is that also what I understood in here?
Yeah, so the fee schedule is fully within the control of Planning Commission, and so now we may not have the answer right now. We will have it for council, but also when we bring this up to change the fee schedule, we'll tell you how the math works, and we can discuss it more then.
So Plan Commission has to approve the fee?
It is your fee, so yes.
Okay. Okay, so I just want to make sure that we like have alignment here between like passing this and then also having the fee go in. And then the other thing about the payment in lieu that I wanted to ask goes back to what Mr. Bishop said earlier about that word feasible. And I was wondering whether or not you wanted to wordsmith that word feasible, because when you brought that up, it was kind of like, oh, that is kind of an interesting word there, and wondering if we wanted to say, so currently it says, trail is not feasible due to existing practical difficulties associated with the property, whether we would be interested in changing it to is not practical due to existing difficulties associated with the property. And then, because in that 1, 2, 3 language below, it mentions impracticality, it mentions that kind of language, and I was just wondering whether that would make Mr. Bishop feel better.
Practical, reasonable, either one, yeah.
Does anybody else have a thought on changing feasible to practical and then getting rid of practical in front of difficulties, because that would be.
I think that sounds great.
So when we talk about practical difficulty, and we think of what is only appealed when somebody comes in appeal, that think of, something that is, it's not that it's not feasible, it's not an impractical situation.
Right, which is basically what this is, except they're going to the Transportation Commission to appeal that, right? Isn't that basically what it is? That it's not.
Would they go to appeal this, the transportation?
Yeah. Right?
I maybe didn't understand the question, I'm so sorry. If you were to appeal, so the payment in lieu is determined, if the criteria are met, that's determined by the Transportation Commission in the current language. If you were to appeal their decision, I guess it would still go to the Board of Zoning Appeals, is that right? What? Not yet. Yeah, so then if you were to appeal the decision of the Transportation Commission, it could go to the Board of Zoning Appeals.
Yeah, I guess my question is, was the language written in this form so it gives people an opportunity to appeal? That's what I'm asking.
It was not written in this form so that it could give you an opportunity to appeal. It was written in this form to keep language consistent. Practical difficulty is a state code term, and that is used for Board of Zoning Appeals decisions.
And that's why I thought it was used that language, because it's something that can be used someplace else as well.
Sort of, yes. It's just, it's language describing a specific set of difficulties that are practical to your property.
Yes.
Yes.
It seems like we would, first off, are we eliminating the waiver potential for this? Because
Yes, the determinate sidewalk variance path would be removed. Somebody always has the path to, or allowance to apply for a permanent variance.
Okay, so wouldn't we want, I mean, if we pass this, we want the waiver, the idea that you can get a waiver, it's bad enough that we'll give a waiver. Don't we want that to match the payment in lieu? If those two don't match, then builders are going to maybe end up, in some situations, having a choice of whether to build or make the payment. You see what I mean? If they don't match, if you qualify for both. Right?
Well, so that's where we're saying, we don't want the determinate sidewalk variance path. We want, because it's the same criteria in essence, so this is the option for that, or you can request a permanent variance.
Right, and so those language should match, right? The standards for getting the waiver should match the standards for getting the payment in lieu.
They can be different. This is not a variance. The variance has state mandated criteria that those have to be evaluated on, whereas the payment in lieu or the fee in lieu, that can be different. And like I said, we're matching the language that we use for the determinate sidewalk variance. It talked about, uniformity of development within an area, feasibility of of installing the sidewalk on a particular property, adjacent lots or tracts that are undeveloped that might be developed at a future time. So that's where we're keeping that consistency in terms of what the old requests were evaluated on, and this is being evaluated on very similar runs.
Mr. Stussberg.
Changing feasible to reasonable, and then keeping practical difficulties with that.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree with that.
I'm seeing
I'm seeing some heads nodding. You're welcome to make a motion to amend the proposed amendment.
Sure. I will move to amend the proposed language in 2004-050D11C, evaluation criteria from feasible to reasonable.
Is there a second?
Second.
All right, any discussion on the proposed amendment here? All right. Let's call the roll on the amendment.
Stossberg,
Yes.
Whistler,
Oh, I'm sorry. I should probably go to public comment on that. Is there any public comment on the proposed amendment to change the word feasible to reasonable? All right, seeing none. We are back to the roll call. Sorry about that.
Stossberg,
Yes.
Whistler,
Yes.
Bishop,
Yes.
Burrell,
Yes.
Seaboard,
Yes.
Korodke,
Yes.
Holmes, I'm sorry,
Yes.
Kinsey.
Yes.
All right, that motion carries. We're back to questions on the petition as amended now. Any other questions? Commissioner Stossberg, please
I
continue.
do have another question that is unrelated to payment in lieu for sidewalk fees. Under the 2004-060I7D, that it's, okay, so it removes parking areas for vehicles on display. I think what that does is requires parking areas for vehicles on display to be striped.
Yes.
Okay, so does that include so does every car dealer, once this is approved, have to go back and stripe all of their stuff now? Or do they just next time they pave, they have to stripe? How is that?
Yeah, so any situation that doesn't meet a standard obviously is grandfathered. If they are doing something in the future that requires compliance, then this would be in effect. So if they are repaving, then yes, we would want to see a striping plan for that.
what is the reasoning for that, I guess, in terms of, like, vehicle
Well, for
sales
one, to
lots?
delineate, where those cars are parked, there is a parking setback requirement. So, the areas on the site where you are parking cars for sale versus drive aisles, it's important to delineate those two areas. So we have to have them striped in order to know, what has to meet a setback and what doesn't have to meet a setback.
I guess I just feel like I often see car dealers like moving cars around and putting them in different orientations for sales, right? And I appreciate the need for the setback, but I wonder if requiring the entire lot to be striped would then negatively impact their ability to like display and think about their stock. Did you like?
I would say for the most part in general, most car dealership lots are striped now. There might be a rarity where there's one that isn't, but I would say most of them are now. So we actually, to be honest, we thought that there already was a requirement in the UDO that says that they all had to be striped, and then we found this that said they didn't. I was like, okay, that's a problem because we do, like I said, we do have to delineate where you are parking cars, where vehicles for display for sale are parked versus their drive aisles. So we do need to have that delineated. It can't just be, here's pavement, put cars anywhere and everywhere. We do have to have some, and to make sure that you meet aisle requirements, so that there does have to be some order and delineation to the parking areas.
Okay, and that would only be on like paved parking lots though, right? In terms of.
Correct.
Because some of those are gravel. Okay, thanks.
Any other questions? Commissioner Burrell, go ahead.
My question is also in the payment in lieu for paths, sidewalks, and trails. Is there a time limit? I mean, is there a deadline for them to pay this? I mean, so you have a home under construction or a project under construction. Do you have a timeline to pay this payment? Or is it a payment that you pay for a determined amount of time? Or then it changes ownership. Let's say they build and they sell, now it changes ownership. To the new owner going to have to pay?
Yep, so that would be something that we would tie usually with the occupancy of the building. While we don't specifically do inspections for occupancy for single-family residences, that is something that we'd work with the building department to make sure that we were involved with.
Do you see what I'm saying? There's a potential problem for that whoever was the owner at the time and it had a contract and it was doing the payment in lieu. If they sell it, now it's another person. Does it go with the deed? Do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah, so it would certainly, as I mentioned, be required with the person that got the permit and built the house and was occupying it. So that's how we would tie it to that owner.
Okay.
We can certainly look at establishing a more definitive timeline when we issue a permit, but it would be tied to occupancy.
So would they have to pay for their sidewalk during the time of construction?
No, just
Before the
prior to them
occupancy
moving
permit?
in and using the house.
Okay, but do you see the potential issues? I mean, I just know some people plan to live in a house and then they sell it immediately as soon as it's constructed. So, potential issues, I guess, that's what I'm trying to address here.
All right. Any other questions? Go ahead. Commissioner Bishop.
One more follow-up on the payment in lieu before I move on to a different topic. So you said the majority of these go to one to four family homes as the expectation of the payment in lieu. So if these are paid into the alternative fund, there's no guarantee when a sidewalk would be put in for any of these homes or that one would be put in at all. Is that correct?
So the timing of when the funds would be utilized would be determined by the council, if that's what you're asking.
It's more of it's not a one-to-one. So if I have my house and I do a payment in lieu because it's not practical or reasonable to put a sidewalk in because none exists, and so I pay my $3,000 to $4,000 into that, year or two down the road, more houses are there, and all of a sudden there's enough people to have a sidewalk. But no sidewalk exists, and I go on for a couple more years and still no sidewalk. So where is the guarantee that if I pay into that, that I will eventually return a sidewalk to me at some point as the homeowner?
Sure, yeah, there is no, I guess, guarantee that money that you've contributed would at some time period be utilized for a sidewalk in front of your property. That would be something that the council would weigh of, here's the money, here are the needs within the community, and where should that money be used for?
So as the homeowner, what's the direct benefit to me of paying into the in lieu fund?
So the benefit is that, you don't have something that's hanging on your deed, that you have this worry that at any point in the future, or you sell it, really maybe more so for the person down the line of they're acquiring this thing, and it might be looked at as a liability that is on their deed, that at any point in the future we can reach out and say, you owe us a sidewalk, which can be an unexpected financial burden for somebody who was not expecting that.
Let me throw you the inverse then. So let's say instead of the in lieu, because I'm the only house in the block and I put in a sidewalk to nowhere. Years down the road, when a full sidewalk decides to be built, are you going to come after that homeowner for whatever sidewalk, transgressions may have, come together if they don't meet the right requirements of, 5 or 6 or 10 feet or anything like that, or a certain setback or green space between?
I don't foresee us coming over after an owner who put in a sidewalk that didn't meet a standard at the time. There is language in the UDO that allows for some flexibility for, a situation where there's a 5-foot sidewalk and a 6-foot might be what is required, or, where the standard is 6 foot, and now we change it to 8 foot or 7 foot or whatever might happen. So there is some language there that allows for existing facilities to remain. It's also very possible, depending on how much time period has elapsed there, that if we come and do a corridor, we might just do everything along there as a whole and replace something that was non-compliant or was, put in some other situation.
Okay, that's super helpful. The other question I had is relating to trees and shrubs on the perimeter of parking lots. Page 88, Part 1, letters B and C. It used to be that there were 3 shrubs per parking spot, and it's now gone up to every 35 lineal feet of perimeter, and instead of what would have been, we'll call it 12 shrubs over, 4, 9-foot parking spots, we're now up to 20 trees or shrubs, and there's a lot of mention of shrubbery. Is someone a fan of Monty Python?
Yep, so the math in general works out as you go along that linear distance, that 35 feet and the quantity of shrubs that is required there. And just for reference, the language that we're using here is pretty much exactly the language that the county is using now. And so the reason that we are making this particular change is that, we frequently encounter situations, especially with very large parking lots, that require hundreds of mounts of shrubs within interior areas just based on the raw number of parking spaces, that there's just logistically isn't room to get all those in. And so the county's development ordinance looks at it from a different perspective of requiring a certain amount of interior area, green space within an area, within the parking area that has to be landscaped, and that's kind of based on the size of that. So you have 2 different landscaping requirements. One is a perimeter, and then 2 is an interior. So what you might see if there's any reduction of shrubs along the perimeter of a very minute nature, that's made up for on an interior requirement to install green space within there that has shrubs and trees within the interior.
How much of an anticipated cost increase do you have for businesses that are having to undergo this change from the, 3 shrubs per parking spot to now 20 per 35 lineal feet? Because that's, a significant increase.
Honestly, I think the cost would go down because as I mentioned, you could be looking at hundreds of shrubs, just based on the raw number, which doesn't really take a very pragmatic approach to how you're actually creating green space within the interior itself. So honestly, I would say the amount of landscaping cost, anyway, probably goes down a little bit.
Okay, thank you.
Any additional questions from commissioners? Commissioner Strasburg.
I'm just wondering about the change from the ornamental trees to the small, medium canopy trees. Are we talking about the same subset of types of trees and we're just naming it something different?
The landscape ordinance doesn't actually break down trees into ornamental. It's large, medium, and small. Ornamental was just kind of a word that had been used in previous versions of the UDO, and we realized, it really doesn't reference anything specifically.
Thank you.
All right. Last call for questions from commissioners.
Sorry, the last one here, maybe this isn't the right place to do it, but I would ask, this is a question for staff, because my preference is going to be to continue these and not vote on them, because I think there's a lot here, and I would like to see the why and the effect, right? What is the policy? Why are we making these changes? And we're talking about some of them, and we're getting answers, and that's great, but we're having to go through and pick them out. And in the weekend that we've had access to this, that's not enough time, honestly, for us to go through this and make informed decisions on these things. I'd like to continue this. I would like for staff to tell us why they're making the change. It can be just a sentence. It can be very simple. And what the effect is. Some of them, it won't be able to be a sentence, right? Some of these things are complicated and there are big reasons for it. If it's related to other statutory changes, but I want that information before I vote on this in order to pass this. Like this is one of our legislative functions, and these are supposed to originate with us. And I feel like
Patrick, could
we
you make
need
sure
more
your mic's
information.
on? People online are saying they're having a hard time hearing you.
Sorry, my apologies. So, not to repeat all that, but I'd like to see the why. Why are we doing this? What was the policy reason that we're asking for these changes? And then the effects that we expect. Like how many of these sidewalks are there per year? Really, what are we talking about? How big is the payment? And so why are we doing this? If it's only going to raise $20,000 or $30,000 a year, but it's going to increase the cost of the home, why are we doing this, right? So I'd like to see that for most of these, right? Any of them that are more than just a minor technical amendment, I'd like to see that. So not really a question, but I thought that was the appropriate time.
Are you intending to make a motion to continue?
Yes, I make a motion to continue the UDO amendments to Chapter 4 that we're discussing.
As amended.
As amended. Thank you.
Is there a second? And continue to the May meeting?
Sure.
Is there a second for that motion?
I'll second.
All right, any discussion on the motion to continue? Commissioner Strasburg?
Should we have public comment first?
I'm sorry?
Should we have public comment before any continuing happens, just in case there's any member of the public who wanted to comment about these UDO changes?
We certainly could. I don't know that we'd be required to, but if we're not taking action on it tonight. But I'm happy to do that. Any other discussion before we do that, before we go to
Guess
public comment?
In our typical fashion, we might ask, what the delay would mean for action on this. Are we on some sort of time constraint here with not making these amendments? I know we do this annually. Is there a cost for waiting?
From a staff perspective, there's no urgency, no. Certainly we do try to time things, though, so that they do get to council before their summer recess. But, there's no immediate time urgency.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other comments? All right. Is there any, Commissioner Strasburg?
That actually does bring up a question, because the state made some changes around the timeline between UDO changes after it gets out of the Plan Commission to council, how long council has to deal with those. Is it 60 days right now, or is it 90 days?
90.
It is still 90?
Yeah.
Okay, great, thanks.
All right, is there any public comment on ZO 2026-02-0002? All right, seeing none. We are back to the commission. Any final comments before we call the roll on the motion to continue? All right, let's call the roll.
Whistler,
Yes.
Bishop,
Yes.
Burrell,
Yes.
Seaboard,
No.
Kowrodke,
No.
Holmes,
Yes.
Kinsey,
No.
Stossberg.
No.
Believe that failed. Okay, so we're back to the commission. We're going to need another motion. Either a motion to approve or something else. We're not going to continue it.
I would motion to approve ZO 2026-020002, Chapter 4 amendments with the amendment regarding the one-word change regarding sidewalks. Yes, so approving this.
All right, is there a second?
Second.
Final discussion? All right, let's call the roll on the motion to approve as the amendments as amended.
Bishop,
No.
I'm sorry, what was that?
No.
Burrell,
Yes.
Seaboard,
Yes.
Kowrodke,
Yes.
Holmes,
No.
Kinsey,
Yes.
Stossberg,
Yes.
Whistler.
Yes. All right, motion carries. That is approved. We are on now to the next set of amendments here, ZO 2026-02-003. And I think Jamie Kreinler is going to present again.
I'll let Eric do this one.
Oh. All right.
Thank you. So again, these are adjustments to the administration section, administration and procedures section of the UDO, Chapter 6. So these, as we mentioned, or I guess maybe a little bit contrast with last version of what we were just hearing. This particular section is just updating some references and removal of references to city. In terms of, as I mentioned, we are syncing references to city departments. We're removing just city, referencing the department as a whole, adding an exemption for nonprofits and government agencies from inspection fees. That's reflecting that there's not a filing fee for those petitions, so we're exempting them from inspection fees. We're removing a reference to require site development permits in cases where stormwater management permit is not necessary. Removing a reference to grading permit, which is no longer in the UDO. It changes the inspection timelines for final occupancy. Removing a section that talks about final acceptance for public improvements to the engineering department. Amending the table of procedures that states that DRC is required for secondary plats where other sections says it does not, and fixes a numbering issue with one of the sections. And for the most part, these are relatively benign, as I mentioned, mostly just removing and altering references to city departments, removing calendar days, cleaning up references to Board of Public Works, and bonding issuance, and then removing the determinate sidewalk variance criteria that we referenced that were connected to the payment in lieu for the sidewalks. So with that, happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Are there questions from commissioners? Let's start down here on my right. How about to my left? Commissioner Stossberg.
I want to know at the very last couple that talk about subdivision standards and the minimum width and allows lot with minor modifications up to 10%. I just want to understand how that might actually affect subdivision proposals.
Yep, so there is a section of the UDO that deals with minor modifications that gives some flexibility at a staff level to slightly adjust within very narrow percentage points, some development standards within the UDO. One of those does allow for a reduction in lot area. However, there's nothing that allowed for a reduction of lot width. So we were just building in a somewhat corresponding 10% allowance to allow for a 10% reduction in a lot width for a subdivision or a lot line adjustment. Does that answer your question?
I think so. I guess I'm just thinking about the Dunn Street proposal, which is still not, which is continued at this point, and I think that their variance was denied to allow for the smaller widths, but I wasn't sure, how much 10% really does change it in terms of lot width specifically versus
Yeah, so, in that
area.
case, there, lots are required to be 60 feet wide, so obviously 10% would allow them to go down to 54 feet wide, which is not what they were looking to go to. They were going for much less than that, but it gives a little bit of room.
Okay, so it's actually probably pretty minimal. It's not like you could throw a whole extra lot in there.
No, you'd obviously have to get, 10 of them or so to get anything substantial out of that.
Okay, thanks.
Any other questions? All right, is there any public comment on ZO 2026-02-0003?
We are dealing with...
Please state your name for the record, and then you'll have 5 minutes to speak.
My name is Joe Davis. I'm a resident at 530 South Washington Street. In the sort of nutshell version here that I'm looking at, the memo regarding the Chapter 6 Administration and Procedures, it states that nonprofits and governmental agencies are exempt from inspection fees. And I feel like members of the public who are low income also too should be able to apply or submit a verified motion such that they could proceed in form of pauperous. In other words, to obtain a fee waiver if they're going through processes like that. That seems like that would bring equity to lower income people as well. And this is not dealing with the in lieu sidewalk, is it? Is this the, okay, all right. Thank you, that's all I wanted to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Is there any other public comment? If you're joining us online and you'd like to make comment, click the reactions button, click the raise hand button, send a chat message to the meeting host, and we'll recognize you when it's your turn to speak. Do we have any online commenters?
No, we don't see anybody online. As Commissioner Whistler said, if there's anybody online that would like to speak, please use the raise hand function.
All right, we are back to the commission then for any final discussion or a motion. Commissioner Strasburg.
Can you clarify what those inspection fees, like what are they inspecting in terms of the concern for low-income folks.
Yep,
having
so
to pay those
these
fees?
inspections would be for what our enforcement folks do when it comes time for building occupancy when you're constructing a new building. So nonprofits and other government entities don't have to pay permit fees and filing fees, and so there is technically an inspection fee that is required. So as the member of the public referenced, certain housing projects that are affordable are usually 9 times out of 10 operated by a non-for-profit. So this is just relieving them of a requirement to pay an inspection fee for that organization.
So it's not like an inspection fee that an average resident would pay. It's a developer sort of fee when somebody is developing a new construction prior to getting an occupancy permit.
Yeah, so this would be a one-time inspection that you do after you're finished constructing your project.
Okay, thanks.
Any other questions? Is there a motion? Motion to approve? Not all at once?
I'll motion to approve ZO 2026-0-02-0003, the UDO amendments for Chapter 6.
Is there a second?
Second.
All right. Let's call the roll on the motion to approve.
Burrell,
Yes.
Seaboard,
Yes.
Kowalski,
Yes.
Holmes,
No.
Kinsey,
Yes.
Stossberg,
Yes.
Whistler,
Yes.
Bishop,
Yes.
All right, motion carries, and that petition is approved. We are now to our final petition related to UDO amendments. This is ZO 2026-02-004.
Okay, thank you. So this deals with Chapters 2, which regulates zoning districts, Chapter 3, which deals with use regulations, Chapter 5 for subdivision standards, and Chapter 7, which has all the definitions. And there are 14 amendments from Chapter 2. These mostly involve clarifying some footnotes and adding removing the ornamental tree language, similar to one of the prior chapters. There are 3 amendments from Chapter 3 that remove the standardized business language from the UDO, and we're proposing to add new standards for drive-throughs. And then in Chapter 5, there are 3 amendments that clarify the regulations for major site plans and adjusting the situations when environmental easements are required to be recorded. So that would be for the major site plans and for new subdivisions. In Chapter 7, there are 8 proposed amendments that deal with a variety of topics, including refining the common area definition, adding a definition for decorative stone, which has come up at some Board of Zoning Appeals hearings, modifying the restaurant definition, adding architectural features to the wall sign definition. This has also come up at some Board of Zoning Appeals hearings, and making the student housing definition more objective. So I believe there are a total of 28 amendments in those 4 chapters, and we're happy to go into any more of the specifics or answer any questions.
Are there any questions from commissioners? Go ahead.
I guess my first series of questions is about the student housing definition, because both in number 4 and number 6, it talks about, I mean, they're basically like, we're defining it using lease agreements. And I guess I'm kind of wondering how we would determine that prior to the occupancy, like, or whether we need to. And I guess the example that, so number 4 says units intended to be leased as partially or fully furnished, and then number 6 says rooms are advertised and leased by the room. And we have definitely, I will say, had experiences with developments that don't say upfront that they are a student housing development, And after they get built, now they are renting furnished by the room instead of any other rental agreements. So like, I guess, what is the purpose of putting this
I
in?
would, say there's kind of two ways of looking at this. One is, developers know what the definition, whenever we have these conversations with prospective developers and, we say, are you student housing? What is your use? And we give them the definition. These are the defining characteristics. So, they can look at this very clearly and say, oh, hey, our business model was going to be fully furnished or, a certain percentage of fully furnished, and we know we can't do that. So that helps identify it on the front end. And then certainly down the line, whether it's the building permit or afterwards, if it comes to our attention that, they have incorporated some of these things, then we have a mechanism for enforcement to go back and say, you can't rent per bedroom, you can't have certain percentage that are fully furnished. So that allows us to deal with it in that capacity as well.
And is this retroactive at all?
No.
Or
So anybody who's come in under whatever law was in place at the time, they would meet that definition. So I guess my answer would be, if they've changed, like let's say they came in and they weren't fully furnished, and then they want to change to be that, and it was multifamily before, but now they would be student housing based on this new thing. Then they would meet this current definition.
I guess what I'm wondering is if currently there's a multifamily dwelling that is in a zoning district that does not allow student housing, but they are renting by the rooms and doing furnished, and furnished, and so once we changed it to this, like, are they no longer allowed to do that anymore? Like, can we actually enforce that in that location now? Like, how do we grandfather somebody in to that or not? Because we don't necessarily know at this point what all the lease agreements are, because legally, we can't get involved in lease agreements in the state of Indiana.
Yeah, that's a good question. Let me think about that for a minute. I guess my answer would be, like I said initially, if they came in and we had some proposal, or they were on the ground and they were fully furnished and they've been doing that, they would be a non-conforming use. It'd be student housing, so they'd be restricted. We wouldn't say that this use would no longer be allowed, if they're now meeting the student housing definition and they were already doing that. But certainly if there came time for expansion or to do something else and we say, hey, this use is not a conforming use, you're not allowed here, then we would have to deal with, what is required to bring it into compliance, whether it's a conditional use approval or they can't do the thing. They can't do the expansion.
So basically, any multifamily housing that's currently not defined as student housing, but would, with these two additions, be defined as student housing, is grandfathered in.
Yes, that would be my answer.
And how are we going to, say 2 years from now, that gets identified? How is there going to be, how do we know that they were grandfathered in now?
So, the burden of proof would be on them. They would have to give us evidence that they were this thing before. They were renting by the bedroom or they were fully furnished or, some proof. The burden of proof would be on them.
Okay. And just for clarity, I need to go back to that now. It's not, those aren't and statements, right? Those are or statements in terms of a housing development meeting.
Correct.
Any of those 1 through, I guess there's 7 now, qualifications, just meeting one of them would classify them as student
Yes.
housing. Okay. Thank you.
Can you maybe explain the rationale for number 5? I mean, as I read that, that just means if you're anywhere close to a mixed-use institutional, you're just automatically considered student housing?
If you have more than 50 dwelling units. So, so the mixed-use institutional district, for the most part, is IU. There are some situations where you have churches and schools that are zoned mixed-use institutional. But if you have dwelling units that are more than, if you have a building with more than 50 dwelling units and you're within, a quarter mile of those districts, 99 times out of 10, you're adjacent to the IU district and you are advertising, marketing towards students.
Yeah, but why is the proximity necessary to define that? I mean, that basically means what if I wanted to build a 50-unit retirement home on 3rd Street? That's going to be considered student housing?
If you were apartments, if you were a multifamily dwelling, not a retirement home or, a care facility like that, then yes, you would automatically, if you're more than 50 units and within 1,300 feet of an MI, you would be student housing.
Why is that? Why is that necessary? Why are the other definitions not enough to catch those?
Yeah, so, when we look at, where are the mixed-use institutional districts, and we looked at, what are the developments that are 50 units or more, like I said, those are all oriented towards student housing. We haven't seen anything that's come in that isn't. So, when we look at these defining things, these are things that are almost always associated with student housing developments.
But that doesn't answer my question. I mean, why are the other definitions not enough? I mean, if they are oriented towards students, wouldn't one of the other 6 definitions already?
They certainly can, certainly. And if the Planning Commission feels that this particular element, this line of this definition, isn't something that they feel is appropriate to be included with this, obviously, that would be your ability to take that out. Okay. We were simply approaching it from, what are the defining characteristics that we see almost always. There doesn't have to be, certainly as you mentioned, it could be something other than that, but we were looking at it from a perspective of what are the almost always situations. So, as I said, if you feel like that particular element isn't appropriate or shouldn't be in there, then it's within your purview to remove that.
I'm going to think on it for a minute, but I'm concerned that it'd be read to, it'd be interpreted that you can only build student housing within that proximity to, if you're going to be classified that way by the zoning code anyway, it seems like that's the only thing that people would ever bring within that geographic area.
And it's very possible, within this area as well, that student housing may or may not be an allowed use. So that's an important distinction.
All right, thanks. Other questions from commissioners?
Following up on that point, is there a waiver or appeals process for the number 5 guilt by association?
No, with the definition, you cannot request a variance from that. You can request an appeal, of our classification of a use, so you can request that from the Board of Zoning Appeals.
Is that fairly straightforward, or is that a kind of a long, lengthy, convoluted process?
Well, so, the Board of Zoning Appeals meets once a month, so you would petition for an administrative appeal of our classification of this. The purpose of this was to make this more objective and not a subjective. The current language uses language such as, it says may be marketed to students. That's very subjective. So we were trying to make this more objective, which is why you see these hard numbers in here to reduce that subjectivity.
Okay, thank you.
Go ahead.
I have some questions about the restaurant, several of the restaurant changes. And I wonder, I appreciate what Commissioner Holmes was asking, is kind of what's behind this, and help us understand what we're going to achieve with this. And this one's a little bit of a mystery tree. What is it that we're trying to achieve with the proposed language relating to the drive-through and seating areas? Can you just go over those a little bit for me, please?
Yep, so there's a nuance of the definition of restaurant that requires a seating capacity to that. And so we have encountered situations where somebody wants to do a walk-up type business and not have any indoor seating. And so we certainly don't have a problem with that particular element. The things that we don't want are the buildings that are simply a drive-through restaurant. You don't even have a place to seat. It's completely vehicle-oriented. That's the land use that we don't want. So we're adding an allowance here to allow for a use that doesn't have indoor seating, but you're not allowed to have a drive-through as part of that. So just imagine some of the the walk-up businesses I think you see along 10th Street or maybe on Kirkwood where, it's just a walk-up type of facility.
Can I ask a follow-up to that? Can you talk about, too, just the delivery-only ghost kitchen, that, too? I mean, just curious about that as well.
Yep, so again, this is kind of what we were talking about, where you have a business that doesn't have any indoor seating, but they don't have a drive-through. It is just a delivery-only business, and we certainly see those and want to, the code is kind of somewhat silent to whether or not you can even have that use at all. But we do recognize they do exist. And again, that's not the problem we're trying to solve for of, a building with no indoor seating that's not a restaurant and is completely a drive-through. And so, this does just give an allowance and a recognition that we do have these uses existing in the community. And, that's something that we need to legitimize.
Is there another provision somewhere in the code that allows for food trucks?
So that is dealt with in two different scenarios. If they're on the right-of-way, then you need a permit from the Controller's Office or Economic and Sustainable Development. If it's something that's occurring on private property, if it leaves every day, we're not regulating that. If it's something that establishes itself and doesn't leave, then it needs a temporary use permit. But if it's just something that is there and leaves, we're not regulating that. But in the right-of-way, that's dealt with through a different department.
So would they still be allowed then? I mean, because it doesn't fit.
So that's
right?
not,
There's no seating
that's not a brick and mortar building. That's a vehicle. So we don't regulate vehicles in that capacity. We regulate uses, temporary uses, things that stay there. Your Christmas trees, your fireworks, your mattress sales, whatever, they've established. They're not leaving every night.
Okay. So food trucks are okay?
Yes.
Okay. Other question I had, back to the student housing. So one comment, some of the things in here, studio apartments, basically small spaces for people. It seems like there would be some overlap with low income, and I realize generally like the locations around campus are popular for students and things like that, but some things that would fit these definitions also look like they would possibly fit the definitions for low income housing units as well. And I'm not even sure that's a bad thing, because what are the consequences of being designated student housing? Is it just the use table, or are there other provisions in the code that will affect it?
Well, so it does limit where that use can occur. And does have some spatial limitations for how close student housing can be, particularly in the downtown. There's spatial limitations for that. So again, this was just trying to utilize a very objective standard to say what is or isn't student housing. And again, when we look at developments that have large number of dwelling units, having a high amount of studio units was something that was almost always characteristic of housing directed towards students.
Okay, so you did make a sort of a study. You looked at existing and applied, okay, if these were the new rules, then these buildings would change. Did you look at
no, I wouldn't say we looked at it, what buildings would change, but buildings and developments, all of the developments that we have seen come in, that certainly bill themselves as student housing, which is great. It's certainly a housing type that we need. But we looked at, what are the bedroom counts? How many things do they have in there of bedroom breakdowns through there, and this was one of those characteristics, again, that we see time and time again.
So I can see matching it to what we see as current student housing. I guess my question is, what's the overshoot? How, if you now take that and try to match it to other places that aren't student housing, is there going to be a large overlap? Because this will bring them in, right? It can be some other use entirely, but if it fits one of these criteria, now it's student housing, right? So did you look at what isn't student housing that would fall under this definition?
Yeah, I would say within at least easily the past 10 years, if not more, I haven't seen anything with more than 50 dwelling units and 50 studios that is anything other than that. Most of all of these are in the downtown, or student housing, very specific oriented developments, and they make no attempt to say that they're not student housing.
Thank you.
Other questions from commissioners? Commissioner Burrell.
On number 5 of 2007, 0110, talking about the distance between, the 13, 20 feet close to the MI, zoned MI district, zoning district. Can you show us a map of the MI district current right now that we have in Bloomington? So my question is, so if we have that MI zoning, anything that is 13 feet from that will be student housing. But if the one that now is not on zoning, but now it's student housing, can something else be built touching that building as well, measured from that building, so it will be this ever-expanding? Do you see what I'm saying?
Yep.
Is that the intent or not?
So most of, just from a square footage standpoint, I'll say 80% of the land that's zoned MI is land occupied by Indiana University. You'll have various outliers, churches and schools that are zoned MI, and those are, a lot of times just scattered all over the community.
Okay.
So
So you're talking a perimeter around the MI zone, not something that keeps growing?
Yeah, so that's certainly a better way or a different way of looking at it. Is it does create, within that border there, a guarantee that you're not going to have student-oriented developments, adjacent to those or within a quarter mile of churches and schools that might be zoned MI. But as Jamie's shown on the map here, you can see that large area of blue that's zoned MI. That reflects land that is predominantly owned by IU or the Parks Department, but most of them are churches and schools in IU. Most of the land owned by Parks is parks and open space. So that area you see there is just the golf course and hospital area.
Yeah. Thank you.
And again, keep in mind, this is oriented to developments with more than 50 dwelling units, which is a large amount of units within buildings.
Commissioner Stossberg.
Thank you. I want to follow up on a few things that other people have said right now, because all of a sudden I'm like, oh, my goodness. Following up from Commissioner Burrell then about that 1320 feet, because when I looked at the zoning map, all of a sudden I'm like, well, wait a minute, there's a whole lot of little pockets of MI around because of MCCSC. Mm-hmm. And I could actually imagine that being problematic for for housing that is not intended for undergraduate students or university students or, student housing in any way, but might have more than 50 units. And I'm suddenly trying to go, well, how far away is Fairview Elementary from our North Rogers Street petition that we have this evening? And thinking about Tri-North and how far away is Tri-North from some of that housing that may or may not go in there, that may or may not be student housing. So I guess my question is, have you actually drawn a circle, a radius around all of the MI zones that this would impact in terms of, because there's like a lot of them scattered all over the place, and they're very small because they're just like a single elementary school.
No, to answer your question, we did not do a detailed map of the entire city and what developments might be within that 1,300-foot radius that have more than 50 dwelling units. But like I said, a different way of looking at that is it does create a buffer, around those uses that would prohibit, unit or developments with more than 50 units from being within that area. And there's not a lot of, again, just kind of speaking in generalities, there's not a lot of open ground around a lot of where the churches and schools are within the community that would probably accommodate that. But to answer your question, no, we did not do a detailed analysis of every single property zone MI, and are there buildings with more than 50 dwelling units within that 1,300-foot radius.
Okay, I guess that makes me a little bit nervous right now. And I had another follow-up on somebody too, and I can't remember what it was now. I'll think of it in a minute, sorry. Oh, I know what it was. It was about the ghost kitchen thing, because I realized when I read this earlier that maybe I incorrectly read it under 20.03.030 D10. It says that delivery-only ghost kitchen or similar concepts are not permitted as the primary means of service, and that would be in like a first-floor retail. And I guess I'm wondering why that wouldn't be permitted, and if something like a catering service would not count then as a restaurant, because I guess I don't know why you wouldn't allow like a delivery only.
So some of those, like a catering use obviously has it's a specific use, food production and processing. So if that was their sole activity there, that has a different land use classification.
So that doesn't count as a restaurant then?
Right.
Okay. Okay, thanks.
Can I just follow up on that? Is there then, so you're saying ghost kitchens would be allowed, they're not prohibited entirely, they're just not considered restaurants anymore if we adopt this change?
Correct. In the situation where it's a multi-tenant center.
Are they specifically then included in the use description for food production and processing the use?
Yep, so that's just a different use that would have its own, I don't know off the top of my head if there are any use-specific standards that apply to it, but it just has its own separate classification. So it wouldn't be a ghost kitchen because they're not running things out daily, or you take an order and then you deliver it or whatever, that's a separate use.
Yeah, I guess my question is, are they specifically allowed within another use? Or are we creating a...
Are you asking, like, is a ghost kitchen allowed within a food production and processing?
Yeah.
I don't know that we'd probably draw that line. It's hard within an interior floor plan of a building to say, we haven't dealt with the situation, I'll just be honest. But I don't know that we'd probably draw the line within that building of, here's an element that is being delivered on an hourly basis, and because it's such a fine line, I guess, of, how you differentiate those two things. I guess we'd have to evaluate it on a case-by-case basis, and we're certainly understanding of flexibility in terms of what the intent of the business model is, and what they're actually trying to do.
So are there zones where food production and processing is allowed, or let's say the other way, where restaurant is allowed but food production and processing would not be allowed?
Yes, I would say so. Because restaurants, you can have those in mixed-use neighborhood scale districts where food production and processing is not. Food production and processing sometimes can be a lot heavier intensity in terms of scale and odors and delivery trucks and the like. So yeah, you'll certainly have districts where you can have a restaurant and not food production and processing.
So if someone came to planning department and said, hey, I want to open a ghost kitchen, would your inclination be to steer them towards a zone where food production and processing is allowed? Or is there some other use that you think would capture that?
So they would be allowed within the multi-tenant center, based on the language that we've introduced. If I'm understanding your question.
I read it, okay, hold on. I read it the opposite way.
Yeah, so if somebody is just doing a ghost kitchen and that is their only thing and they are delivery only, then that would not be allowed.
Right, I guess that's my question, is where would they be allowed?
Food production and processing.
Okay, that was my question.
Okay, sorry. I was thinking about it too deep, I think.
All right, got it. Well, if there are no other questions, I would like to make a motion or offer an amendment here. I would like to move that we strike number 5 from the proposed change to the student housing definition in Chapter 7 and renumber the remaining clauses there appropriately.
Second.
Any other discussion on that? Just to clarify, I'm just proposing that we strike the language that makes anything within 1,320 feet of MI be considered student housing. And I think it's just unnecessary, and anything that's truly student housing will be caught by one of these other definitions. Commissioner Stossberg.
I guess I'm not in favor of fully striking that, but I am kind of interested in continuing this one to be able to think about that a little bit more and get a little bit more information and data around like where that 1,320 feet actually is. Because I do think to some degree it makes sense in terms of if it's proximal to Indiana University, but it doesn't necessarily make sense if it's proximal to, Clear Creek Elementary or actually, I think Clear Creek's in the county, but anyway, you know what I mean. So I guess I would vote no on that, but I don't want to move it to council quite the way it is either.
Okay. Any other questions, comments?
I wonder if staff could comment on whether the belief, I'm of the same opinion that I think the other 5 definitions would capture that. I'm just trying to figure out what the unique contribution of that number, the current number 5 is. And if you think that, obviously you put it in here, so you thought it was important. So I'm not questioning that, but do you think that we were really dealing with something that would not be already captured in the other 5?
It certainly does capture a huge amount of things that are student housing, that are within that square foot, that linear distance, that have those thresholds. As Commission Member Stossberg pointed out, there are some that could certainly capture other things that we're not intending to be that are on the outliers. But this, does capture a great amount that would not be captured by, the fully furnished, individual bedroom rental. The unit count probably, I guess, would be the closest thing, where you've got any 4s or 5s, and 30% more, 30% threes. That usually captures most of those. Again, this was just a further clarification that captured, I'd say, probably 95% of the things that are within that area, but certainly there could be some outliers.
Thank you.
And the purpose of expanding this definition at all is to provide clarity to developers who want to build what they can and cannot build? Like, what exactly was the purpose again of?
So the purpose was to remove some of the subjectivity. So the main thing was the previous line, one of the previous lines it said, and you can kind of see it in the other, the left side where it says current language, says that for purposes of determining whether a multifamily dwelling meets this definition, the city may consider the degree to which the facility is occupied by undergraduate or postgraduates and the degree to which occupancy is marketed to undergraduate or postgraduates. So that leaves a lot of subjectivity of whether or not the city believes that you're intending it or not. So we were trying to provide some more objective standards, more measurable.
I mean, I'll just comment. I appreciate the definitional elements here, and I do think that it was really problematic to have the marketed to language before. So I appreciate the definitions here, and particularly because they're defining what it is versus what it isn't. That it's not a rooming house. So I appreciate the defining what it is. I'm just not sure about this distance issue because I think it might be pulling in more than it intends. A quarter mile, I don't know. I'm just not sure about the specificity of the distance given the number of lavender parcels we saw throughout the community.
Any other discussion? All right. Any public comment on the proposed amendment here? This is not on the petition as a whole, but just on the proposed amendment to remove this particular definition of student housing. If so, make your way to the podium. State your name.
This was a call for public comment, correct?
Specifically on the amendment that was just offered here regarding number 5 in the proposed changes to the definition of student housing.
Well, this is a comment specifically to the recommended conditions on number 5. Let's see. There's a statement that is missing a word.
Joe, I think you're looking at the petition for Gray Star, not for the UDO amendment.
Oh, I'm sorry. Forgive me. I thought this was the development that was happening at Bloomington Iron and Metal.
Not yet.
Sorry.
That's up next.
Sorry.
Forgive me.
So if there's anybody online that would like to speak to this petition, please use the raise hand function and we can recognize you.
All right. Seeing none.
Not seeing anybody.
Let's go ahead and call the roll on the amendment to strike number 5 in the student housing definition.
Korodke,
No.
Holmes,
Yes.
Kinsey,
Yes.
Stossberg,
No.
Whistler,
Yes.
Bishop.
Yes.
Was that a no?
It was yes.
Burrell,
Yes.
Seaboard,
Yes.
Believe that, was that 5 yeses? All right, so the amendment carries. Then we are back to any additional questions on the petition as amended. All right, let's go to public comment now on, Commissioner Stossberg.
Sorry. Sorry, I have an unrelated one about the very first one, which is setbacks. So it says that if a building is against a platted alley, then setbacks can be reduced. Is that for primary structures or accessory structures or both?
Primary structures.
Okay, thanks.
I think there is a different section that talks about accessory structures if there is a garage component having a reduced setback from an alley.
Is that, any other questions? All right, let's go then to public comment on the petition as amended. Is there any public comment on ZO 2026-02-0004 as amended? All right, seeing none, we are back to the commission. Any final discussion before the call the roll? All right, please call the roll. Oh, wait, we need a motion, sorry. Is there a motion to approve ZO 2026-02-0004 as amended?
Motion.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, let's call the roll on the motion to approve the petition as amended.
Holmes,
No.
Kinsey,
Yes.
Stossberg,
Yes.
Whistler,
Yes.
Bishop,
Yes.
Burrell,
Yes.
Seaboard,
Yes.
Korodke.
Yes.
All right, the motion carries, the petition is approved. We are now on to our final petition of the evening. It's SP 2026-03-0005. Final plan approval for construction of 5 buildings at 1320 South Rogers Street. And I think we've got Eric Drulick, are you going to present this one?
I'll be presenting. I'm Gabriel Holbrow, zoning planner.
All right, Gabriel, thank you. Oh, I'm sorry, I was looking at the next one. Go ahead, Gabriel. Let me restate this. This is SP 2026-03-0004, right? Major site plan approval at 503 North Rogers. Still getting used to this new agenda format. Sorry about that.
Okay, let's see if the screen shows there. There it is, okay. You know this is the Plan Commission. So this is for a proposed development at 503 North Rogers Street. Pardon me while I get my papers in order here. Okay, the petitioner is requesting major site plan approval to allow construction of a dwelling common multifamily use in the mixed-use downtown zoning district within the Showers Technology Downtown Character Overlay. We abbreviate that MD-ST. This is an aerial image of the area with the site highlighted. Just to the right, to the east of the site, is Rogers Street running north to south. And then along that curved edge is what's now the Beeline Trail. And to the left on the west side is Fairview Street, and across it, the open area that you see there is Reverend Ernest D. Butler Park. And then to the south, it also has frontage on 9th Street. This is it's currently a metal recycling facility known as Bloomington Iron and Metal, or BIM. It's also historically been known as Fell Iron and Metal, or Fell Iron. The site's about 5.2 acres. It's, as we said, zoned mixed use downtown. It's within the Showers Technology Downtown Character Overlay. That name, Showers Technology, might not be so familiar because now we usually call it the Trades District. The Trades District is also a state certified innovation district, which has slightly different boundaries than the character overlay, but suffice to say, we're talking about zoning that's designed with the Trades District in mind. In the comprehensive plan, it's part of downtown. Its existing use is salvage or scrapyard. And the proposed land use is a multifamily dwelling, and then there's a small portion which is non-residential as well. This is a proposed site plan. I don't expect you to be able to read that at all up on the screen now. It's more for illustrative purposes. As I tell you that the petitioner proposes to redevelop the site as a mixed-use, multifamily development. The proposal comprises 360 dwelling units with a total of 760 bedrooms distributed in 3 buildings. The building closest to Rogers Street, which is Building B, that's the one on sort of the upper right of the screen. Building B contains leasing and amenity space for the residences, as well as 3,000 square feet of commercial and retail space, and that's the portion closest to Rogers Street on the right side of the screen. A fourth building, which is the one in the lower left, is a parking garage for the development. The proposal includes 292 total parking spaces, which includes 17 surface spaces near the non-residential space and 275 spaces in the garage. So there's a lot of information in the staff report. I hope you had a chance to look at it. For this presentation, I'm actually going to sort of go backwards. I'm going to start with the proposed conditions because I think this is a good way of going over some of the things that are worth considering with this site. So the first recommended condition, skip to the end. Staff's recommending approval, but with conditions, with 10 of them, which is a lot. And I'd say that's reflective of the complicated nature of the site and not a reflection of we have to catch up because they did a bad job with the application. That can happen too sometimes. But I'd say this is more a reflection of the complicated nature of the site. So first one, a site development permit is required prior to any land disturbance. This is actually a requirement of the UDO. It wouldn't have to be a condition, but it's in here for clarity. We like to put these in there just to make sure everyone understands that you have to get a site development permit. And then there's this extra thing, which is going to be relevant for condition number 3. Soil borings are not land disturbance. And we'll keep that in mind. That also would be true whether or not it was a condition, but we felt it was clear to have it as a recommended condition. So the next condition, final acceptance and approval from City of Bloomington Utilities is required prior to issuance of a site development permit. So ideally, when it gets to you here at Planning Commission, we like to have all the plans approved by the relevant city boards or city departments. In this case, they haven't quite got there with CBU. And the petitioner's been in communication with City of Bloomington Utilities, CBU, since last autumn and has submitted 2 rounds of formal submittals to CBU. CBU just sent back second round comments today, so the petitioner has not had time to react to them, and certainly it's not reflected in the packet. At this time, you'll see when we get to the findings, staff is recommending that all of the remaining issues with CBU can be resolved without altering the site plan that you're looking at. So there's going to be some specific things that will probably have to change, but it's not going to change the layout of the buildings or the layout of the stormwater infrastructure. So 2 of the things that came in CBU comments, that is just to give you some information, was that there's an existing public storm sewer that runs from the park on the west side of the site through the site, and then eventually to public infrastructure in downtown. It eventually gets to Clear Creek down by Switchyard Park. But so there's an existing private storm sewer that goes across the site. They're proposing to relocate that because of the development they want to do on the site. And currently they're tying it, it's shown as tying into private infrastructure on the lot immediately to the southeast. CBU has an extremely strong preference that it tied directly into public infrastructure in Rogers Street. So that would have to be reoriented a little bit. However, even if that change is made, it can be accommodated in the site plan without moving any of the buildings around. CBU comments also indicated that outflow rates from the proposed underground stormwater detention exceed allowed release rates. Without going into any of the technical stuff, which is not something that I'm an expert in, our understanding, speaking with CBU and the petitioner, is that there are multiple ways of resolving that discrepancy. They don't know which way they're going to do yet or which way CBU would prefer. And of those multiple ways of doing it, some of them are definitely going to be feasible, and some of them, and none of them involve any changes to the site plan. So, the third recommended condition. I'll just read it here and then explain what we're talking about here. After removal of all existing material piles on the site, the petitioner shall conduct additional soil testing at least 3 additional boring locations to be determined by the Planning and Transportation Department. The petitioner shall send the results of the additional soil testing as well as the previous soil test results contained in the Phase 2 environmental site assessment to Indiana Department of Environmental Management, IDEM, and United States Environmental Protection Agency, EPA. Confirmation that the soil test results were sent to IDEM and EPA shall be submitted to the Planning and Transportation Department prior to issuance of a site development permit. So what this is about is there's a known history of soil contamination on the site, particularly PCBs. There was an EPA order from 1988 that required a Superfund cleanup of PCB contamination related to Westinghouse Electrical Corporation. The EPA required cleanup was completed in 1996. There's more information in the packet about that. The petitioner did a Phase 1 environmental assessment, environmental site assessment, and then which sort of identifies some of the background and identifies the things that you'd want to look more carefully at. And then in a Phase 2 environmental site assessment completed, I guess the report was completed in January, but they did a lot of the work in December. The Phase 2 assessment went and looked at the things identified in the Phase 1 of what do we need to look at again. And they did soil boring there and testing, those test results showed that all soil component concentrations were less than applicable state and federal screening levels. So it's showing that it's in compliance, which is good because we don't want potentially hazardous materials on this site where people are going to live and during the development. But given the history, it's very likely that, or it's very possible that there could be PCBs or other hazardous materials still in the soil, either from originally, back 1980s or earlier, or from uses as a scrap metal yard. The Phase 1 environmental assessment noted that they couldn't access under the materials piles that are there now. So there's recommendation that once the petitioner fully acquires the site, currently I believe they have a purchase option or something. The owner of record is still Fel Iron, for that matter. So once they have full possession of the site, or it's cleared by Fel Iron, that they do more soil testing at least 3 locations under some of those piles. And then the other part of that is to make sure that they're in contact with IDEM and EPA. So we, the city of Bloomington, do not want to be enforcing state or federal environmental regulations because that's a huge task, and there are already state and federal agencies dedicated to that. But we do want to make sure that they're in communication with them to take all required steps and all recommended steps as well to just make sure that it stays safe. So as a summary, all the evidence right now points to it's safe. There's not a soil hazard there now. But given the history, we'd like to do work to make sure that that stays true through the development and through people living there. So that's what this condition is getting at. Okay, fourth condition. The 3,000 square foot non-residential space may be used for any lawful non-residential use or combination of lawful non-residential uses that are allowed in the zoning district as currently allowed in the MD/SD district, or as the use table may be amended in the future. This is really just adding for clarity because we're going to see in the next condition we talk a lot about the residential portion and what use that is. So for this one, just wanted to clarify that it really could be anything that's allowed there. It can't be a dwelling unit, because that would change the multifamily side of it. But we're saying any non-residential use that's allowed by the UDO is fine. So it could be a restaurant, could be an office. It's the trades district, so it could be some technology company. Any of these things are possible. So this one is about the residential use. So it's defined as dwelling multifamily. That is the proposal. But as you saw when you were looking at the proposed UDO amendments, there can be developments where it's a little ambiguous whether it's properly classified as multifamily dwelling or student housing. So they're coming in as multifamily dwelling. It's allowed in the MD/SD district. The use student housing or dormitory is a conditional use in this district, so it's theoretically possible, but it's a conditional use. It would have to go to the BZA, and there's completely different use-specific standards that will apply to it. That they wouldn't be meeting with this site plan because it was designed to meet the multifamily housing standards. So it's coming in as multifamily, but it's a large development. It's downtown. The petitioner wanted clarity from the city that we wouldn't change our mind later based on some of the subjective criteria that's in the UDO now. The city wants clarity that it is going to be multifamily housing. So with that in mind, the petitioner proposed some statements of commitment to record, and those there are 9 items in there, and the staff recommends that there are 8 in what they proposed. Staff recommends that an additional 1 be added for a total of 9, and the 1 is drawn from some of the language you were just looking at. So this would be drawing from what will become, well, if it goes through City Council, what will become the requirement for developments in the future. So to read, to ensure that the residential use is dwelling, multifamily, the property owner shall record a statement of commitments, including the 8 items listed in the draft commitments document provided with this submittal, with the addition of the following item: individual rooms will not be advertised or leased by the room. The statement of commitment shall be recorded with the Monroe County Recorder prior to final occupancy. So this is something that they'd have to record really by the end of the process. Quite late in the process. And individual rooms not be advertised or leased by room, that's taken directly from the proposed language. And they already get to it in their proposed commitments. They say there won't be roommate matching, which is basically gets to the same thing. But we're recommending to take that language from the proposed UDO. So that it will be multifamily. Okay, the 6th recommended condition, offsite tree planting as required by adopted condition 2 of variance approval V-24-25/ZR 2025-09-0097 shall be implemented in accordance with the executed memorandum of understanding and shall be completed prior to final occupancy. So this variance was the second package of variances that this development had at the BZA. It was granted in this past December 2025, and it allows removal of existing wooded areas on the site. It also allows planting fewer trees on site than otherwise required, and in exchange for a commitment to plant mitigation trees off-site. The petitioner, Graystar, well, actually, yes, the proposed developer, Greystar, has executed a memorandum of understanding with the City of Bloomington Parks and Recreation Department and the Planning and Transportation Department, executed it last month, to implement the off-site tree planting required by the variance. The MOU only becomes effective if you approve this site plan petition. And generally, just the executed MOUs in the packet, but the process generally is Planning and Transportation will say how many trees they have to plant. Parks and Recreation will identify locations in parks and in right-of-way to plant them, and will also provide specifications of how they should be planted, the planting procedures and what kind of materials to use. The petitioner will then plant them. Then Parks and Recreation will inspect them, and then Planning and Transportation will confirm that it's all been checked out, and that will have to happen before final occupancy. Okay, seventh proposed condition is pedestrian easements for the multi-use path and the portions of public sidewalks on private property shall be recorded with the Monroe County Recorder in a form acceptable to the City of Bloomington Engineering Department prior to final occupancy. This is a normal thing for when we have public sidewalks on private property. So because of let's see. So the proposed site plan includes a new multi-use path approximately located along the south edge of the site. It'll be open to the public and provide a direct pedestrian bicycle connection through the site from Rogers Street on the east at the Beeline Trail all the way through to Butler Park on the west. The multi-use path is 10 feet wide. Yes. And so also some of the required public sidewalks due to limited existing right-of-way width, particularly Fairview, it's very narrow existing right-of-way. Portions of the public sidewalks will be located out of the public right-of-way and on private property. So in these cases, the UDO requires that that public infrastructure be placed in a pedestrian easement. For the sidewalks, they would also have the option to dedicate right-of-way, but they're not taking that option. They'd prefer to just put it in a pedestrian easement. So the purpose of this condition is to make sure that that happens. Okay, the petitioner, recommended condition number 8, the petitioner shall make a payment in lieu to the City of Bloomington Housing Development Fund prior to final occupancy. The amount of the payment shall be 15% of the total number of bedrooms, with any fraction rounded up to the nearest whole number, multiplied by $20,000. So this is how they're going to earn the affordable housing incentive, which gives them some extra building footprint and some extra height. The amount of the payment is calculated based on administrative procedures that are referenced in the UDO. At the time of their first formal filing for petition, for their first variance package, that formal filing was May 30th, 2025. Right at that point, the administrative procedures were in the process of being changed. But staff finds it reasonable to use the calculation that had most recently been published and publicly available during that process of change, and that's what the petitioner had relied on in good faith, which is 15% of the bedrooms times $20,000. That 15% number comes from if they had provided on-site affordable units, they would have 15% of the total units would have to be affordable. So that's where that 15% comes from. And the ninth, this gets to their sustainable development incentive. The development shall achieve silver certification by the Home Innovation National Green Building Standard, NGBS Green Certified Rating System. Confirmation from NGBS of silver certification or equivalent confirmation as deemed acceptable by the Planning and Transportation Department shall be submitted to the department prior to final occupancy. The sustainable, in order to achieve earn sustainable development incentives, there's various options in the UDO. They have chosen this particular one. And so we're simply saying that's sounds like a great choice. We just want to make sure that you carry through. So this is just making sure that they do something by final occupancy. Just to highlight here, it's discussed a little bit in the staff report. They're not going to get the certification before people move in. So we expect that people will move in based on a temporary certificate of occupancy. And then the time between that and a final occupancy will be enough time, staff believes will be enough time to actually achieve the certification. If they're to a point where they don't actually have the letter from NGBS and they really are ready for final occupancy, I think the language in there about equivalent confirmation is, they could provide what they submitted to NGBS, things like that. Okay, final, last thing. Petitioner will continue to work with staff on revisions to the parking garage to be compliant with UDO requirements. This was something that staff, so I didn't finish following up with them, but it seems like the garage, so there are use-specific standards that apply to parking garages, whether or not they're a primary use, and to the facades of them, especially facades facing a street. It's just not buttoned up that the garage design fully meets all of the requirements, but it's at least very close, and maybe it's just a matter of getting confirmation that what they're proposing actually does meet. So this is just to make sure that we follow up on that. Okay, so the proposed finding, it has to address these four things. Compliance with the UDO, compliance with other applicable regulations, compliance with utility service and improvement standards, and compliance with prior approvals. Regarding compliance with the UDO, the proposed finding, as proposed and with required commitments, the residential component of the development is the dwelling, multifamily use. The proposed site plan complies with the standards of the UDO for the dwelling multifamily use and for this location as modified by the variances, those numbers. Other applicable regulations, the provided Phase 1 and Phase 2 environmental site assessment reports show that the site is currently in compliance with applicable state and federal environmental standards, and the petitioner will continue working with IDEM and EPA to maintain compliance. Demolition delay was released on December 14th, 2025, allowing demolition of the existing contributing structures on the site. Compliance with utility service and improvement standards. Proposed utilities are in review by CBU, and final acceptance of the plans as satisfactory for utility and services standards are required prior to issuance of a site development permit. The proposed site plan complies with relevant fire code standards, including standards for fire apparatus access roads. And finally, compliance with prior approvals. The proposed site plan complies with the conditions of prior variance approvals, those numbers. The proposed site plan allows for the redevelopment of a 5.2-acre site adjacent to downtown, providing a large number of new dwelling units that help meet the need for more housing in the Bloomington community and enhance the long-term viability of the trades district as an employment hub within downtown. So with that, the Planning and Transportation Department recommends that the Planning Commission adopt the proposed findings and approve SP 2026-03-0004 with the 10 conditions listed in the staff report. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there a representative of the petitioner who would like to add to the presentation tonight?
Thank you. Good evening. My name is John Anist. Do I need to spell that? We're okay? All right, great. Well, thank you all. Appreciate your time and really want to thank all the members of the commission and city staff that we've been working with for the past year. Definitely appreciate your time and attention tonight to this. I'm a director of development for Greystar, and we are a developer, owner, and operator of multifamily housing. We build these communities, we operate them, we manage them, and we remain invested in them for the long term, long after construction is complete. If you go down Rogers Street today, what you see at this corner is a chain link fence and a scrap metal operation that's been there since the 1950s. This site, as mentioned earlier, went through a Superfund cleanup in the 1990s and has since run as a salvage yard since. Our phase 1 and 2 testing did indicate that cleanup was successful. And we also agree with the request of staff to do additional testing. Our environmental consultant is very thorough and was happy to do that additional testing and work with both state and federal regulators to confirm that the cleanup was done. And it'll also be monitored and in full compliance throughout the construction and the operation of the property. Currently, there's no sidewalk connecting the Beeline Trail to the park, and walked it today, and it's a long walk that you've got to go around. And so what we're proposing is something that aligns with your zoning. We see the 5.2 acres as the front door to the trades district and a site that plays a pivotal role in what this district is achieving. Can really see that it's a vibrant center for innovation. There's lots of entrepreneurship there and future economic growth opportunities. The mill and the forge are open. There's a hotel that is coming, and the momentum is real, and there is a need for more housing options near downtown and in the trades district. The trades district vision plan calls for exactly this: housing alongside of office, retail, and restaurants to complete a complete neighborhood that attracts and retains talent in Bloomington. Right now, where that neighborhood should be, there's a chain link fence and a scrapyard, and our project hopes to fill that gap. What we're proposing is a transformation on this site: 360 apartments across a range of unit types, built to the National Green Building Standards silver certification. And that's something that we've built to before. We believe in it and can definitely be achieved on this project as well. We're also, as mentioned, we are including some ground floor retail along Rogers Street. And we definitely want to be a part of the trades district, continue the energy into this area. Also mentioned is the new 10-foot public trail that connects the Beeline through the site to Butler Park. We're also proposing extensive landscaping on site. The zoning in this area generally has smaller sites, but given the overall size of this project, there's going to be extensive landscaping on site. And also, as mentioned earlier, the off-site plantings will include over 140 off-site trees to be planted with the Parks Department. We're also making a direct financial contribution to the city's Housing Development Fund. Our architect, Bert, with ESG is here tonight and walk you through the design in more detail. When you see what he and his team have done with the massing, the materials, and how these buildings meet the street, I think you'll understand the level of care that's gone into this. We didn't design this project from a template. We designed it for this site and for this neighborhood. I want to close with this. Bloomington needs more housing, and the most responsible place to add it is where the city already has planned for it. That is this site in downtown, where the zoning plans for it. The trades district vision plans calls for a complete walkable neighborhood, and this project helps deliver that. It also contributes approximately $2.3 million to the city's Housing Development Fund to support dedicated affordable housing. Our proximity to the Beeline Trail bus stop adjacent to the site, and its close proximity to downtown, the jobs, and where most of our residents will be living, working, and enjoying life in Bloomington, will be a short walk away, bike ride, and this location is very favorable for that. We've worked with your staff for the past year, and it's been a pleasure working with them. We received 2 unanimous BZA approvals, and staff is recommending approval with conditions tonight, and we accept every one of them. I respectfully ask for your approval and happy to answer questions, and thank you for your time. Here's Bert.
Thank you.
Good evening, President Whistler, Commissioners. It's a pleasure to be with you this evening. My name is Bert Coffin. I'm an architect and principal with ESG Architects. What I'd like to do briefly tonight is walk through the site plan with you, show you, kind of discuss a little bit how the site works. It's been touched on quite a bit, so I'm going to go fairly quickly, and then talk a little bit about the architecture of the buildings. So if we could go to the next page. As mentioned, so the main access through the site is a private drive that will be spanning from Rogers to Fairview Street. As you can see, the garage entrance is oriented towards Rogers Street, and we anticipate that most of the vehicular traffic that's coming into the site will come off of Rogers. If there are drop-offs or deliveries, they could use the turnaround in front of the main front door of Building B, where the leasing office will be located, and several of the amenities as well. And then on the right there, that little piece that sticks out closest to Rogers is the retail space. The multi-use path is shown fairly well on this exhibit. It's along the south side of the site, but just north of Building C, where the site kind of hooks down a little bit. This plan also shows that each of these buildings has individual entries, and 2 of the buildings, Building A, the one closest on Fairview, has its own small lobby facing Fairview, which is appropriate for buildings on any public right-of-way. And then Building C, it's kind of hard to see on this plan, but also has a small lobby on 9th Street, although there is also a lobby internal to the site for that building, which we believe a lot of residents will use as well. Next slide, please. These are typical upper floor plans, just to give you a sense of how the buildings are laid out, how the units are working. Next slide, please. And then this is the top floor. As Gabriel said, we went through BZA last June, and one of the variances we received was for the top floor step backs. So as you can see on Fairview there, we have a significant top floor step back to soften the building height. The same goes with Building C, even though it's not visible to me, and then Building B has it as well. Next slide, please. From Rogers Street, the main entrance shows the retail space as front and center, and then in the near distance on the left is Building C and Building B. These buildings are Building B there on the right is 4 stories and steps up to 5 stories. Next slide, please. Here you can get a sense of the entrance to Building B and the turnaround with the right there in front of the front door of Building B. Next slide, please. As you can see from this view along Fairview Street, these residential buildings speak the same architectural language to create a consistent campus feel. The primary building materials are a mix of brick and glass and board and batten detailing. These traditional materials are used in a more contemporary manner, with the lighter weight board and batten materials used primarily on the upper floors. The window fenestration is regular and vertically oriented. This architecture bridges the more domestic residential architecture of the near West Side neighborhood with the older industrial-style buildings of the Showers Trades District, where we are tonight. The parking garage, which is on the far right of this image, will also be clad in brick, as you see it from the right-of-way, and some of the board and batten materials. Next slide, please. Along the Beeline Trail, which is, we all think, is a fantastic amenity for the city of Bloomington, you can see that the buildings step. And so it's not one long, massive facade, but it's a series of smaller facades that breaks down the massing of the building. Next slide, please. And here you can see how they create these small courtyards and small spaces that will be filled with landscaping. Next slide. This is Building C along 9th Street. There's quite a bit of grade change on this site, as many of you may know. It drops almost 20 feet from the far southwest on Fairview to Rogers Street. What we're really doing is taking advantage of this grade change and tucking the buildings into the hillside. On 9th Street, for instance, here, the building will appear to be 3 stories and then steps back to 4, whereas when you're within the site, it's a 5-story building. And then next slide, please. And then this is the intersection of 9th and Fairview, looking back to the south, what is that, to the northeast, I guess. And it gives you a little bit of a sense of scale of how these buildings, we're really hoping to nestle them into the hillside, and the site is really perfectly set up for that, so we're using the site to do that. Overall, we believe that the high-quality architecture and the site arrangement will meet city goals for bringing much-needed housing and reposition this site. That's all I have for now, but we're here for any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there questions from commissioners for either staff or for the petitioner? Go ahead, Commissioner Bishop.
Well, thank you for your presentation. It was very informative. I do have several questions for the petitioners. I guess starting off, 360 units, 760 beds. Can you help understand a little bit of what the mix is as far as the actual units themselves? Are they mostly single, double, triple, so on and so forth?
Commissioner Bishop, the mix is a widespread. It's less than 1/3 3 bedrooms, but there are a fair number of 3 bedrooms. And then I would say the smaller units, the studios and the 1 bedrooms, that's probably 15%, let's say. And then the rest of them would be 2-bedroom units.
Okay. Are any of them rented out by the bedroom?
No, all of our units will be rented out by the unit, and there's no per bedroom leasing, and that's one of the commitments in the staff report, and also Gabriel referenced 8 additional commitments that we made, and that's in there as well. So this project will be leased by the unit.
Okay. Is there a reason why these units are being leased instead of, put together as like apartments that could be sold for permanent housing? Because you keep referencing the city's goals of adding more housing, and this is not what they mean when they say they want to add more housing. They want to add houses that people can occupy permanently as owners. They don't want more apartments. We have lots of apartments, so could you help me understand why adding another 760 rentable beds that no one can own would be a good idea?
Yeah, and if it's okay to maybe go through some of the research and things that we looked at here in your community. Currently, there's approximately 97% occupancy in the for rental housing space. So what that's led to over the past approximate 10 years is higher annual rent increases than what you might see in other markets. And so the additional supply of for rent apartments helps alleviate the supply and demand imbalance. And so by offering additional for rent apartments, it helps offset the increases that some people are paying in rent, and acknowledge that your question is specifically about the product being for sale. And the project that we're proposing and what our company builds across the country is generally apartments for rent. And that's just to help the residents that have that need at that point in time and provide a market competitive product that is in alignment with the broader goals of the community as well.
Sure, I understand. I did a little research on you guys, and you focus on senior housing, student housing, warehousing, and modular homes. And that fourth one would be really appealing to our community in terms of like adding more housing and making more permanent housing in Bloomington. So is there a particular reason why you decided to go for more of a for-profit? You want to continue to get rents and leases from the community for a long-term play rather than providing more permanent housing that we desperately need here?
Yeah, and you mentioned some of the product types, and our largest and the team working here today, our major focus is multi-use for rent apartments. We do have groups that do those various other elements. And the reason that we've proposed apartments on this site is because we believe that that's what the market would find to be most supported from a demand perspective. And so the various product types that you mentioned could be applicable to different sites. But given this site's proximity, former use, and some of the potential challenges that exist there, we've proposed and suggested this is the best use.
Was a planned unit development for that space? Because it's like, what, 6 acres? I mean, you could put a lot of modular homes on something like that.
Yeah, and that is something that we do build. There's a few factors that go into play when we do utilize modular. Like you mentioned, that's something that our company does. For this site, the product type and the construction that we're proposing is what we felt would meet the market demand the best.
And can you give me a bit of an idea in terms of what these units will cost on a monthly basis? I can go from low end to high end, just ballpark.
Yeah, I don't have exact figures that I can provide right now. By and large, our goal would be to make them market competitive. Given the duration to start construction a few years from now, the market could look a little bit different than it does today. But our goal is to market these as market apartments for rent at the current market rate.
And so in Bloomington, the current market rate's around $1,800, $1,900 a month. Are you proposing something in line with that?
In general, that's our general concept. But again, when we open, it would be based off of where those rates are at that time to be competitive with the overall market.
Oh, sure, I understand it moves, but decreasing rents in general is not going to be bringing them in at market rents. I mean, that doesn't help because we're just perpetuating the problem, right?
I'm sorry, I just want to make sure I understand that. Can you ask that again?
So if you bring in new units at the same rent as everyone else, how is that alleviating or lowering rent across the board?
I think in a few ways, directly by increasing the supply. As I'm sure you all are looking to do, you want to increase jobs. The trades district is innovating. There's going to be additional jobs. If we don't bring additional supply to the market, you might see even further outpaced rent growth. So generally what we see is the more apartment supply that comes, it helps alleviate the rate of growth. And then secondly, we are also working with the housing fund and making an affordable contribution as part of the project.
Okay. Could you tell me a little bit about your Bren Road development in Minnetonka, Minnesota?
Sorry, can you say that again?
You guys have a Bren Road development in Minnetonka, Minnesota. It doesn't look too different than what you're trying to do here. That started in 2022, and as of like the August of 2024, you guys had just broken ground, and it was supposed to open in summer of 2026. But looking at pictures as of April this month, it's not even under roof yet. And so, I mean, we're looking at 6 years on a project like that where you got a $3.3 million TIF buy-in from the city, and it's doggedly behind. And, you know, on something like this where we desperately need that housing, especially affordable housing, this has a concern for me in terms of being able to actually get it across the finish line. So could you help me understand that a little bit?
Yeah, I'll defer to my colleague who works on that project.
Sign in real quick. Actually, Bert works on that one too, so you got the right group. Haley Vergados, Senior Director of Real Estate Development at Greystar, sit in Minnesota actually. That one's opening this year, end of the month. So we broke ground, gosh, Bert, was that 23? 24? You know, with every development project, obviously we're working really hard to kind of get projects across the finish line. That was certainly no small feat. That was a big project. I think it's about 269 units of multi-family conventional product done with ESG, a really beautiful project that we're super proud of. Unfortunately, right as, you know, interest rates and all the fun things kind of came online, that one certainly had its challenges, but we were successful getting it across the finish line as well as getting it through the entitlement process, which is a lengthy process in Minnesota. So, you know, worked really hand in hand with the city. It's been a partnership, certainly, and so we're actually really, really proud of bringing that one online and bringing much needed supply to the market. To John's point, every time you add more supply to the market, it helps kind of normalize rent growth, and that actually does make the communities we serve more affordable. Inherently, we're delivering market rate product. It still costs us quite a bit to build these projects, but it helps kind of bring the overall supply in the market, taper that rent growth, and keep it within balance. And that's important, I think, for the communities and the residents we serve.
Sure. With regards to your development in Minnesota, did it have any of the environmental concerns that this current site has, like being a Superfund site?
That project, I don't believe we had any environmental issues. We do tackle kind of environmental cleanups all around the country, not unfamiliar to us. We kind of follow all kind of state and federal regulations, and certainly something we don't take lightly. So safety is always of utmost concern for both residents as well as the folks working out in the field. So no different here, certainly.
It's more of a concern of just the timing and the amount of depth that may have to go into something that is former Superfund site with PCBs, things like that, surrounding residential neighborhoods, having dust in the air. I mean, that seems to be a significantly bigger lift than just getting through, you know, a TIF agreement with a city or something like that in Minnesota, because it's a little more challenging. So could you kind of speak to how you would handle a major environmental remediation effort?
Yeah, to clarify, so on the site today, we don't believe there's an environmental concern. We've went and done significant testing and done borings, and our phase 2 came back clean, so consistent with the EPA's cleanup in the 90s. So the 3 additional borings that we'll be doing is just to reconfirm what we've already kind of assessed out on the site. In the event we found something, we will have to follow standard kind of rules and regulations, both state and federal, and so that's kind of what that condition is alluding to. Not that there necessarily is a belief that there's something out there today. It's just more there were stockpiles that we couldn't snag a sample from underneath. So it's more of a confirmation check.
Okay. Appreciate that.
Yep.
Last question that I have here is regarding the retail space. So Bloomington has a long history of making sure we have a lot of retail space or commercial space available whenever we do housing projects and things like that. And just across the street, spitting distance from where you want to put this, the Trades District has this gorgeous 4,000 square foot retail commercial space that has sat empty for 6 years. You would be in direct competition with the city for that, meaning you'd need to find a tenant just as much as they would. How is that going to be beneficial? I don't see the purpose of having it there.
Thank you, Haley, for your feedback there. And just want to point out that part of the site requirement here, and I'll allow staff to confirm this, that there is a retail component on this project. And so our goal on projects is to make sure that we can activate the space and market it to prospective tenants in a way that'll be desirable, as I'm sure you're doing with your facility as well. And so there's a few different ways that we do that. The goal is to make sure that we size the spaces properly to where the most businesses find demand. And so how we're proposing to do it is to make sure that we give the tenants there the right building infrastructure, the support to build out their business, and that we size the units appropriately so we don't overburden them with a large amount of space that might not be fully income producing for them. So it's a requirement, and we want to have a very strong plan so that space can be activated and not sit there vacant.
Okay, thank you, appreciate it.
Any other questions on this end?
All right, thank you for your presentation. Just really just about the parking, about 300 parking spots, 700 or 800 bedrooms is my understanding. Is that a typical balance? Do you guys expect that parking to be adequate? How much spillover do you expect into the neighborhoods?
Yeah, appreciate it. To answer your question directly, yeah, we do a lot of studying on parking demand, and there's a lot of factors that go into that. It's proximity to different services, the walkability of a site, transit, bike paths, and given the things that are very favorable to this site, we've factored that into our analysis. And from a general code perspective, I know that you all have a maximum parking limit and then also a minimum parking limit. And we're in between those two to be in compliance. And further than just compliance, we want to make sure that it's the right amount, so that way, to your question, we don't have spillover. And so we take a look and we analyze, like I said, all the factors previously, and believe that between the provided spaces in the parking garage and the other on-site parking spaces, that will meet the demand of what our residents will need. And we also try to look at it forward-looking, knowing how transit's changing with different ride-sharing opportunities and different advancements in vehicles where people can share. We look at this on every project, and we really want to make sure we get this right, because that number needs to serve the residents of the building. And the quantities that we came up with here were analyzed very deeply, and we believe that we have that right amount. And it is also within your all's code, within the code maximum and above the code limit.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I just had a couple questions. Thanks again also. I guess, and maybe this is more a question for our staff, or perhaps Andrew would want to weigh in on the kind of the traffic flow. So if you're exiting onto Fairview, you'd have to probably go all the way down to 8th Street to get back over to Rogers. And so just curious, from like a congestion standpoint in that neighborhood, those streets are all pretty short. I know we also only have a stop sign, a four-way at 7th and Rogers. So would we need to consider additional infrastructure along there? So that may be a question more for staff, but obviously welcome to chime in.
One way to answer that is the way the UDO is set up. There are some the way UDO is set up for by right developments like this. So this is not coming in as a planned unit development or a rezone or things that require discretionary approval. So in situations like this, the UDO is set up to require certain things immediately adjacent to the site, but typically not things that are off-site. That said, it's very possible for developments in general to create new needs or new challenges with traffic in the city, and that's that's on the city to respond to those things. I will say that the Rogers Street is right now going through a corridor study. It's the Rogers, Madison, Kinzer Pike corridor study. I believe it goes from the bypass on the north-south to 2nd Street or farther south? I forget. Country Club, yes, all the way down. So our long-range planning staff, so we're the development services staff, or the other half of the department is working on looking at this corridor right now, and they've been meeting with these petitioners about things that they can do right, especially on their Rogers Street frontage. But we're thinking about how developments like this, developments in the trades district generally, are going to impact traffic through there. So I know your question was more about the other side of it, Fairview, but I wanted to offer that as an example of the kind of things where the city, even if we're not in a situation where we can compel the developer to do a particular thing, the city is paying attention to these things and trying to respond to these things. As far as Fairview goes, there is a drive entrance that they're proposing. That interior drive goes all the way from Rogers through to Fairview. So someone can exit in a car onto Fairview and go that way. That's allowed by the UDO. But you'll see that the way they have it oriented and the entrance to the garage points you toward Rogers Street. And it's once someone gets in a car, where they go is, it's their own, their steering. But the design is set up in a way that if someone is going to want to go to Rogers Street, they're going to go out to Rogers Street. They're not going to go to Fairview. If they were going immediately to the near West Side neighborhood for some reason, then that would be a good way to go. Potentially, if they're going toward the northwest, they might go out on Fairview and go north to 11th Street and so on. Fairview Street's very narrow. With this project, they're not fundamentally changing the nature of the street, but they are widening it from being not meeting our current standards to meeting our current standards for that narrow width of street and providing a curb to give it a little more definition to it, which we believe will help with some of making it clear where the road is, will help with some of that traffic. As far as what happens farther south, there's a four-way stop at 8th and Fairview. That's not really part of this petition, but as we notice these changes in the city, I would throw it to Commissioner Seabour, City Engineer Seabour, these are the kind of things that we look at, and there might be changes that the city would want to make.
I think that was a fantastic answer, but if you would like any additional context to that question, I'd be happy to provide as well.
Thank you.
I also had some questions about the vehicular traffic, both on Rogers and Fairview. And is it one road cut then onto Fairview? Is that right, Gabriel? Is that, okay.
There's also the multi-use path, which will have its own cut onto Fairview. But as far as motor vehicle, there's just that one on Fairview.
Okay, one. And one onto Rogers.
Yeah, and not to complicate it further, but there is also a fire access lane. So like Gabriel mentioned earlier, there's a lot going on here. So that would be a third. But the primary vehicular traffic leaving the site would all be from one exit on Fairview.
And how does that, the crossing where the B line crosses is always, it's a significant safety concern currently. And the drive cut looks like it'll just be to the south of that current. Am I right about that?
That's where the fire lane comes out.
Okay.
That would not be open to regular traffic.
Okay.
So not to say that there isn't any concern about how that's close to the B line, but it's going to be way less of a concern than an entrance that would have traffic all the time. So it's really only going to be fire trucks that would ever go down there.
Okay, then just tell me again where the actual road is in relation to where the B line crosses over. What, can you give me that? Or is there an image? I'm sorry.
Yeah, let me see if I can pull up a helpful image.
And I realize we're pretty limited on where we can cross here, but.
So this is from the architectural plans. So this doesn't have any of the aerial imagery for context. So so it is limited to that. But Fairview's on the left, and it's hard to make out. But the way up at the top left is where the fire lane comes in, and then we have going down from there, south from there, going up the hill along Fairview. You see Building A, and then there's that drive entrance, which will be a little bit south of where 10th Street comes into, the little stub end of 10th Street comes into Fairview from the west.
Yeah.
And then there's the garage, and then the multi-use path, proposed new multi-use path comes out there. And then the entrance to the parking lot for Butler Park is a little bit south of that.
Okay.
Those are sort of the main things that are happening along that segment of Fairview Street in terms of entrances.
Okay. And then my other question is about perhaps what might happen on 9th Street for either off-street parking or access that, I realize this is not part of your development, but I just wonder if you have thought about, given the building on that side, oh, I just lost my good image here, if there is any potential to flow onto, yes, so where building C is, are there entry points there off of 9th that could encourage people to park and access on 9th?
Gabriel, would it be possible to pull that image that you just had up, if that's possible?
Actually, because the transcription kind of cuts off the bottom, I wonder if there would be a different one that would be more useful.
But to answer your question in short, there is, the intention is that vehicles would be parking on the site. We have the provided parking for that, and that there would not be vehicle parking on 9th Street for this project. Pedestrians, as part of the code, there is a need to have access from the street, but our primary lobby occurs to the interior of the project, not on 9th Street. And so that's intended to be the primary lobby. It's also the closest path to residents being able to get their bikes and the other things that they need on the property. And if it's okay for me to just explain briefly where we envision most of the traffic flow going, similar to what Gabriel described earlier. Like I said, we really look closely at the parking on every project. And like Gabriel mentioned, the way that we positioned the parking garage was to be in line to Rogers Street. So you can drive in from Rogers Street, and as you're leaving the parking garage, you'll go out to Rogers Street. And this also matches some of the other things that we looked into of where it's most likely that the residents are going to be going from both an employment perspective and then also a services perspective. And the majority of the employment base is either a walkable distance, bikeable distance, or if they are driving in a car, the most likely route would be out Rogers and then heading north-south on Rogers and then connecting to their desired location. We do have the connectivity for safety reasons and fire access on our main street to Fairview, and but the majority of the traffic flow that we envision out of this site will be through Rogers Street. And like we talked earlier, this site and the parking that we're proposing here, we look at as I mentioned earlier, all the things. And we anticipate that there will be less vehicular traffic because of its walkability, bikeability, and proximity to employers in the area. So we would view that if this project were 15 miles outside of the city, a 360-unit apartment project will have a different traffic impact than a project in a downtown. And so we've completed a traffic study, and we have, I believe, shared those results with staff. And I don't want to try to summarize the overall results, but I think the general takeaway was that this project has a minimal impact to the surrounding areas. I know that it'll be a point of discussion tonight, and like Gabriel mentioned earlier, we've done a lot of things to position this site to minimize impacts, and one of those things, like we talked about, was the positioning of the parking garage to be easily accessible from Rogers for a pull-through condition.
I'd just like to add that there are existing parking restrictions on many of these streets. The north side of 9th Street, which is the immediately adjacent to where this property comes on 9th Street in Building C, does not allow parking. There is parking on the south side of 9th Street. Parking on the south side of 9th Street there is allowed. So it would not be legal to park directly in front of the building on 9th Street.
Thank you. Thanks.
Thank you. I do have some questions, and again, some of the other questions have brought up more questions for me. So going to the fire lane, which is going to run kind of parallel to the B line, how or is there going to be any kind of way to prevent other traffic from using the fire lane? Like, is it going to be like blocked off in some way that the fire department has a key, but like normal people can't ride on it? Like, tell me about that.
Yeah, so we've looked at this overall site with the Bloomington Fire Department, and things that both Bloomington Fire Department and ourselves have implemented successfully is creating like a landscape system and bollards that prevent vehicular traffic from going there, but allow the larger emergency response vehicles to go through those landscape areas. And it's a deterrent from pedestrian or vehicular traffic, but they're able to safely navigate that. And that's one approach that we've discussed with your fire department, and we currently believe that that's the most successful way to achieve keeping people off of that way, but maintaining safe access.
Okay, great. While you're up there, my questions are on like, I don't love this new system that we have to do for accessibility, because then I have so many different files with so many different questions attached to them. So you mentioned that you were going to make a payment in lieu to the Housing Development Fund. And you also mentioned that you guys actually manage your own properties after you build them. So do you guys accept vouchers on your properties, either Section 8 or any kind of payment assistance?
Yeah, it would be project specific. And so if you're asking specifically, do we accept them elsewhere? It's project specific. If that's something that project has, they do. On this project, like we said earlier, with the way that we're going to be charging rents, that'll be something that's determined at the time of opening. And so today I don't have an exact answer on that question.
Okay. I guess I'm going to encourage you to accept vouchers. And you brought up that it's going to be silver certified in terms of environmental stuff, but also in one of the paperwork, in one of the documents, it shows the gas line. I'm just wondering if this is going to be an all-electric build or not.
There will be, like you mentioned, there will be gas service to this property. The predominant use on this project for building heat is electric, and that's one of the major uses of potentially natural gas. And so this will be an electric cooling and an electric heating system in all of the units. So yes, there is gas to the property, but the majority of the consumption on the project for heating the units will be from electricity.
What is the gas going to be connected to then?
It's used sometimes for, maybe I'll let my architect answer that.
Thanks.
No, that's a great question. Mostly for the boilers that will supply the hot water. So it's a smaller amount. And then I think we'll have some grills in the courtyard. People like to grill, so some amenity grills. So it's smaller things like that. But that's the current plan. It's all kind of in the works still.
Okay. And this might be a question for staff. On the following conditions, on condition number 7, where it says pedestrian easements for that multi-use path, et cetera, does that include like bicycle easement too? Because I mean, it specifically says pedestrians, but it's a multi-use path and bicycles use multi-use paths. So is there any kind of specific terminology that needs to be put in there to make sure to include that? And similarly, like, are electric bicycles categorized somehow differently than anything else right now?
Those are excellent questions that I wonder if our city engineer would know better. I think as a general principle, the purpose of the pedestrian easement is to allow the public to do anything there that they would do on a sidewalk. How that's exactly implemented in the language of the easement, I'm actually not sure. Those are reviewed by the engineering department. The planning department's role in it is just making sure that they do go through the engineering department and record those. So I don't know about the specifics, but the purpose would be anything you can do on, for the sidewalks, anything you do on a sidewalk, you can do in the pedestrian easement, and for the multi-use path, anything you can do in a multi-use path, you should be able to do in there as well.
Okay. Does our city engineer want to weigh in on that phrasing?
I'm going by memory. I know this has come up in the past, but I almost wonder if in the UDO there's definitions of pedestrian easements or something where it actually talks about bicyclists being a part or allowed on those. But that is something that we've want to make sure is incorporated.
We're happy to do either. We like bicycles, we like peds, so we're happy to have that language written in any manner that you all want.
Okay, I mean, I just want to make sure that that's included.
Okay, so there is something in the UDO about pedestrian easements. It must grant the public the right to access the pedestrian easement for purposes of walking, running, bicycling, skating, or using small motorized and non-motorized vehicles approved by the city. Grants the city the right to construct, alter, repair, maintain, or remove improvements within the easement area, and prohibits placement of any obstruction. So that gets to it. So in order to comply with city standards, including in the UDO, the pedestrian easement must allow walking, running, bicycling, skating, and small motorized and non-motorized vehicles.
Perfect, thank you. And then I also had questions about accessibility of the units in terms of the universal design. And we've had a few, I don't see any of our CCA members here with us tonight, specifically maybe thinking about accessibility issues, but one of the things that they've brought up is things like bathroom turnarounds and like wide doorways and switches at appropriate levels for wheelchairs. And I guess I'm wondering whether those things are not just going to be in that, minimum of I guess 20% units, or the 2% that'll be fully accessible, but that if you're going to incorporate some of those basic design features that are pretty cheap and easy to put in the beginning, but ends up being a very difficult retrofit in the end, and what your general approach to that is.
It's a great question, Commissioner. Every unit will be on the flat, so there's no steps or anything. So every unit is accessible in that manner on every single floor, and every upper floor is served by an elevator. We'll be required to meet fair housing clearances in all the dwelling units, required to have 2% ADA and accessible units, which we will be providing. But that's very standard for what we do in projects. So that's what we're planning at this time.
Okay, so in terms of those other units that aren't those 2%, like, do they have, say, narrower doorways or are they generally?
They have wide doorways as well. We're required to have 36-inch doors on all the door openings, to have 32-inch clearance, free clearance, so that, in case somebody is in a chair at some point in time, they can have the access. But the specific, accessible units which have the bathrooms with the turnarounds in them, that's typically a smaller percentage of the units.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
Let me make sure that I don't have any others. I also wanted to ask about traffic and the traffic study. I'm glad to hear that you did a traffic study. And I do have one more. I'm glad that you're going to do that written commitment about basically making sure that it doesn't turn into a student housing development. But I was also looking at kind of like your plans and kind of feeling like, wow, most of these still have the same number of bathrooms as bedrooms. So there are a lot of 3-bed, 3-bath, 2-bed, 2-bath. And especially thinking about the 3-bed, 3-bath, is that something that, as somebody with kids, even as teenagers, it's like, I don't want to clean that many bathrooms. So if we're thinking about trying to rent those 3-bedroom units to a single family unit, that's not necessarily going to be 3 adults. So can you talk about why you decided to, because there's definitely I did see some 3-bedroom, 2-baths, but I feel like I didn't count them all up, but I feel like there's more 3 and 3.
You're very astute. It's a great question. In much of our market rate multifamily now, we're getting calls for 3 beds and 3 baths that serve families. And so, yes, somebody is cleaning those bathrooms. But we've been seeing that in the market, both in all levels of market rate kind of apartments. So that's kind of what the market study has been seeing for this project. It's very typical for 2 beds to have 2 bathrooms. We have 3 beds with 2 bathrooms and some 3 beds with 3 baths. That's true.
Okay. Let me make sure there's not one more somewhere. I think that's it. Thank you.
Commissioner Seaborn.
Just picking up on some of the other questions, parking, managing it, I guess just knowing the number, will residents have to pay an extra fee to park, or they could maybe not pay an extra fee to park on adjacent streets, or just how are you going to manage where residents park?
Generally, to park in Bloomington, from my experience here, you do have to pay to park. And this project would be similar to that. The rate we generally try to make sure is at or below the alternative parking prices to make that a convenient option for our tenants. So generally, we do charge for parking. We also include open spaces, and on this project specifically, with having the retail element there, we want to make sure that there is parking available for the customers of those business as well as visitors and guests. So there will be a portion of the parking garage that is paid for, but there'll also be a portion that is allocated to short-term use. And so those exact figures have not been determined yet that I'm aware of, but generally there's a process that we go through to identify, make sure we have the right amount that will be open for the retail users, so that way their business can be successful.
I appreciate the intentionality to have short-term use on site, thinking of DoorDash deliveries and all the Amazon orders. How will that parking be managed or just enforced to make sure that it's being used appropriately?
Yeah, definitely. It's a big part of our operations and management on every project because as you're referencing, our residents more and more wanting to have those services brought to them. And so specifically on this project, we've designed a pull-through area in front of our building that you may have seen on one of the drawings, and that's specifically to allow that temporary short-term use delivery to not obstruct the major private drive that goes through the site. And so that short-term parking is available in front of the building, and it also coincides with entries that are monitored, so that way those folks can get into the building, make the delivery, and then get on their way quickly and leaving the site. There's also a turnaround there, so that way they are not forced to go out onto Fairview. They'll be able to exit onto Rogers.
Great. And then transitioning back to another mention was the fire access road. The landscape drawing makes it look like a green facility, and the civil engineering drawing makes it look like a road. And you mentioned bollards. I'm just trying to visualize what will this look like. I've heard vehicles will be prohibited from using it, but what's going to keep me from driving through there?
Yeah, the thing that'll keep you from driving through it would be at the entry and exit point, there will be large landscaping, like tall grasses and different planter curbs that would prevent a normal vehicle from being able to drive over it, but it's sized in a way that the different emergency response vehicles can approach that, drive over it safely, and do the things that they need to do. And so City of Bloomington Fire Department has provided us some initial guidance on how they'd like that to look. The roadway itself will need to be something, and based on code and the fire department's needs, something that can support their heaviest response vehicle. And so the eventual design of that will be something that the fire department allows for that fire access drive.
Yeah, I think I'm still trying to, if a fire engine can drive around the tall grass, I could probably drive my car around the tall grass. But is it maybe more like some kind of curbing that's still, it's not like a full driveway? I'm just trying to.
Yeah, you're exactly right. It would be, you'd have your normal street curb, you'd have your sidewalk, and then you'd have like a planter curb, an elevated planter curb with tall vegetation in there to further discourage the use of it. But it's something that would either damage or discourage a vehicle from attempting that, and rather something that's still sized appropriately for a fire engine to go over it.
And maybe just to add to what John said, this is still it's a great question, and we still want to work it out with staff a little bit,
okay.
And with engineering, because there may be some kind of humping going on, bollards. We definitely don't want normal vehicles driving on that space. If anything, we want pedestrians, or residents using that.
Yeah.
But so that's a piece that definitely we'll be working on with staff.
Yeah, no, that sounds great. I saw a lot of connections to the B line through that area too, so wanting to minimize it. My last round is on like the multi-use path or trail that's going east-west on the southern edge generally. And I've heard it called as like a public path. I think it's intended to be dedicated as an easement. But just trying to understand, is that required? Who's going to own, maintain it? Yeah, that's kind of my line of questioning.
So I'll start by answering, and then maybe the petitioner can also answer some. It is not required. There's no UDO requirement for it. The easiest way to explain it is because the petitioner thinks that it would be a good thing for this site. The city generally agrees. Some of the past history is there was a previous developer, a completely different company that was looking at this site. And at the time, they had a discussion with the previous administration, and they were really keen on that. And so kind of came out of those discussions. That's sort of the origin of it. But since then, it's a completely new developer in this case. And they also looked at that, and they said, this seems like a good thing to have for this site. So it's voluntary, but with this proposal and with the recommended conditions, it becomes part of what's approved. And so if it were taken out later, they would have to come back to you for a revised approval. So approving this petition tonight makes it required.
Yeah, and then, so appreciating it, and then, but recognizing it would be on the development's property as an easement dedicated to the public, I guess, and usually a sidewalk dedicated in an easement we treats like public right-of-way, and the city in some way owns and maintains it, where their trails, typically the city, maintenance is a different thing. I'm just trying to understand, is our Parks Department going to be expected to plow this? Like who's going to, 20 years from it being built, going to be repaving it? That kind of long-term maintenance expectation.
So as of tonight, there is nothing requiring a particular answer to that. It's a good point. It could be added as a condition. However, I will say that the city staff from all the related departments, including planning and engineering, have been very clear from the beginning that the expectation will be that maintenance of that path will be on the property owner, not on the city. And so far, the petitioner, all the interactions we've had, they've seemed to be fine with that. And that would have to be specified in the format of the pedestrian easement that's for that section.
Okay. Can the petitioner comment on the willingness, if there was a clarifying condition on long-term maintenance of that facility?
Yeah, appreciate the question. And like I mentioned earlier, we operate these and manage them, and our intent is to have a very nice project. And so if a particular portion of our project becomes in disrepair, we want to fix that. And if this trail, because it is on our site, the community will use it, we'll use it, we intend on maintaining it. Like Gabriel said, we want it in good condition, so that way it can be utilized, and it's an important part of our project. So we definitely are on board with taking care of our overall site and this trail that is on the site.
Great, thank you.
You're welcome.
Hi, I have a question and this might be for staff. My question is in relation to the silver LEED certification. When you were presenting, Gabriel, you said that you won't know if it's the whole, if they have complied completely, because they will get a temporary certificate of occupancy, and then they will finish the LEED certification later. Did I hear that correctly?
I believe so, if I'm understanding your question correctly. The way that the information that the developer has to provide to get the certification, some of that just takes time, although it theoretically could be done before people move in. And other parts of it, my understanding is, other parts of it really can't be done until people move in.
Okay, and how is the city gonna do to make sure that happened?
So what's proposed here in proposed condition number 9 is that city would not release final occupancy, or technically actually the county is the one that issues the final occupancy, but based on a recommendation from the city. So the city would not recommend issuance of final occupancy until we get some sort of confirmation that it has been earned. But I just wanted to highlight that people could move in before that, because there is the temporary occupancy.
Yeah, I understand the temporary. I was just trying to think of the process. How do you go back and make sure that was done?
Right. That we want to have something before we want to have it before final occupancy, because once final occupancy is issued, it's out the door. We're done.
And I guess my question for the petitioner is, what has been your experience with that?
Commissioner, great question. We have to hire a consultant, a special consultant. which we've done, and they will be coming on site at different stages during construction to make sure and verify that the required elements are being installed, like insulation correctly. At the very end of the project, they do a series of tests that then have to be written up in a report, and typically that's the piece that takes a little while, so the building can be done, but they're working on their report, and typically it's, it can be 3 or 4 months before that report is completed, but Greystar is committed to doing this, especially since it's a condition of approval. We have to do this, so we know there's a checklist for NGBS silver certification, and we're starting to go through that with our MEP consultant and the architecture. So we're taking it very seriously, and it's very clear in the ordinance in the UDO, that these are the ones you can choose from, and we chose from one of the options. So staff has done a really nice job in adding that into the ordinance, and I don't know, does that help answer it a little bit?
Yes, no, it helps. Thank you so much.
The other question that I had, which I think might be for staff, it is about an email that came in from the public earlier concerned about the air quality in the PCBs, and I'm looking at it right now and recalling what you guys said about cleanup of that site in the 90s. So can you just maybe talk about that a little bit? So, I mean, what it says is, 36 years ago, there was a lot of air quality issue related to that site. So was that kind of related to cleanup on that site, and that now the current environmental assessments, as the petitioner said, kind of show that, like, okay, that cleanup worked, so there's not this stuff there? And so I guess what I'm asking is, can the community expect that the air quality as well is going to be kind of evaluated as we go along to make sure that that doesn't happen again?
Yeah, staff certainly shares the concern of the resident, and you bringing up of air quality as well. That's well outside what we in the planning department have a lot of training in or have enforcement or any standards for. That's one of the reasons why we really want to encourage the petitioner. In fact, through one of the conditions, we want to require the petitioner to be in contact with EPA and IDEM, not only to ensure compliance with requirements or laws that are out there, but also to use their expertise. Say there might be, I'm speaking well outside my area of knowledge, but there might be construction practices that they could do that are not required by any state or federal regulation, but are good best practices for keeping down stuff that could be stirred up out of the soil. And I believe that IDEM and EPA would be able to help them, lead them toward resources or advise them on things like that. I don't really know, because I don't have that knowledge, and that's why we want them to be in contact with IDEM and EPA.
Okay, but right now, based on our assessments and the cleanup, we don't expect there to be air quality problems, because whatever happened in the 90s successfully kind of cleared that site of the worst stuff.
That's our understanding of the situation.
Okay.
And
right.
speaking with people from IDEM, they agreed that it's currently in compliance, and there's no restrictions on the use of the property. But given this history, they really hope that the developers will be in touch with them to discuss ongoing management of it.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I've got to come back around to the pricing details on the units and things. I did a little more research on your company, and last year in 2025, the Federal Trade Commission and the state of Colorado brought a suit against you for deceptive pricing practices for $24 million, which your company agreed to settle. And then again, the U.S. Department of Justice Antitrust Division came after you for colluding with other real estate landlords and RealPage to price fix based on market rents. And I hear you guys talking about you're going to go in line with market rents here in Bloomington, and that concerns me when a developer with 950,000 rental units across the United States and multiple, you have holdings all over the world. You're one of the largest developers. So how can you not come up with some sort of basic pricing details for a 1 unit, a 2 unit, a 3 unit, just to give us a ballpark idea of what we're looking for? Because the lack of pricing is very concerning, but it also seems to be kind of status quo.
Thank you for the question. Like any big company, Greystar has been involved in litigation from time to time, but we cannot publicly comment on litigation matters. Greystar is committed to always doing things the right way, and that direction comes straight from the top of our company with a focus on the residents and the communities that we serve.
So nothing on pricing for units whatsoever? I mean, to tell me that you have no idea what these units would run is something I can't even fathom as someone who deals with developers on a regular basis and understands what your project timelines, your project pricing, your return on investment expectations are. I mean, you have investors in this company that want a return on investment. So if you were ever to tell them, hey guys, we're going to dump $10 million into this project, but I can't tell you what that return would be, do you think they would give you the money? And I think the answer is no. So for you to ask us to invest in you, trying to be a good neighbor in Bloomington without any sort of transparency on a ballpark idea of what we would look to expect for, what we would consider of housing that anyone can get into, that's hard for me to accept. So if you could please provide us with any sort of pricing details, that would be delightful.
Yeah, and I don't want to repeat my answer from earlier, and I'll try to be as direct as I can. If this project opened today, our goal would be to rent it in line with market pricing today. Because it's going to be rented in the future, where 3 years from now, or when that time comes, we would look to market it at that time, to be fair to the residents and to be market competitive, so that way we can add the supply and that people will actually want to live there. So our goal is to rent it at the market rate at that time of opening.
Can you clarify what your understanding as of today that market rents are then?
Yeah, and it varies. Like was mentioned earlier, we have different unit types, and so it gets pretty granular based on the unit type, and there's different factors that go into each unit. But broadly speaking, the simplest way to describe it, and I think you're maybe looking for a specific number, but the simplest way I can describe it is that based on a comparable unit type at other multifamily projects in the surrounding area, our goal would be based off of our offering, the size of our units, to be priced competitively with them. Not necessarily higher, not necessarily lower, just making sure that there's going to be a market demand for those units.
So you can't tell me what a 1-bedroom in Bloomington averages or a 2-bedroom, because those aren't your prices, those are ours. And you're saying that you'd want to go into the standard of whatever the offering is in the market. So can you tell me what that is right now?
If you can give me a minute, I can do my best to get you a specific figure on a 1-bedroom, if that's the specific unit type that you're most interested in. Or any unit that you're interested in, happy to provide that. I'll work on a 1-bedroom, 1-bath, if that's okay.
I would be happy with any figure at this point.
Okay, you got it.
Thanks.
Okay, we are 6 minutes away from 9:30 p.m., which by our rules, all meetings adjourn at 9:30 p.m. And so while I don't really want to stay here longer than we have to, I would also hate for this hearing to end abruptly before we've even taken any action. So I think it would be appropriate at this point to entertain a motion to suspend the rules to allow this hearing to continue beyond the 9:30 p.m. adjournment.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
We need a roll call vote on this, and I believe it needs to be unanimous.
Holmes,
Yes.
Kinsey,
Yes.
Strasburg,
Yes.
Whistler,
Yes.
Burrell,
Yes.
Seaboard,
Yes.
Korodke.
Yes.
All right, thank you. The rules have been suspended. Are there any final questions before we go to public comment? Commissioner Kinsey?
I have
I'm
one.
sorry, I didn't call Bishop.
Oh, oops, sorry.
I thought I got a free pass.
Sorry.
Yeah, we can go.
Thank you.
All right, so my questions are a little bit more about some of the environmental concerns. And while the staff have outlined a number of what I think are reasonable contingency plans for testing along the way, I wonder if there are more worth considering and if any were additionally considered. You know, it seems like I can understand the cadence of the checks required after land disturbance, final acceptance is, or after removal of existing material piles on the site. I mean, I think those are understandable points to make these additional inquiries and to do soil tests. And, you know, just, boy, this is a big one. And, you know, I don't want anything or anyone to be have air quality affected or anything related to this. And I just wonder if there were other considerations made and if you thought about adding some other opportunities to do these kinds of tests.
Short answer is no. What we put in here is what staff meeting, Planning and Transportation Department of the City of Bloomington staff thought of. But we recognize that there's a lot more expertise in some of these other agencies, IDEM and EPA. And so that's why we really want them to get in touch with it. The other thing I would add is that the anchor here of how this is related to the UDO is that you have to make a finding that it complies with other applicable regulations. And so that's what we're using to say, to be able to address any of this environmental stuff, right? Because there's nothing about soil contamination or PCBs by name in the UDO, but we're saying, well, this is how we ensure that it complies with other regulations. So when you get down to it, what regulations about soil contamination or those kind of environmental issues, pollution issues, what kind of regulations are they subject to? Well, it's not city regulations, actually. It's federal and state. So that's why we see that the most impactful going forward aspect of it is to make sure that they're in touch with those agencies that do have those regulations and do have the expertise and the knowledge that they can help advise these people. So we think making sure EPA and IDEM are involved is really the key going forward.
Okay, so that's what the staff has recommended. I wonder if the petitioner could comment on some of their, no, that's great. Thank you for clarifying all that. I mean, that's, so
Hi,
petitioner.
Good evening. You haven't heard from me yet. My name is Tim Oakes. I'm an attorney representing Graystar. So I'll answer this one. There's a couple different levels of answers to this. First and foremost is, without question, Graystar as a company will follow all applicable rules, all applicable laws. So the state of Indiana or federal rules say do this, it will be done. That's most important. But in terms of testing, the testing that's already occurred was done according to ASTM standards and the requirements that exist for that kind of testing. It included not only actually drilling and taking soil borings, but there were temporary water wells that were put in place. And we used those temporary wells to extract water and test the groundwater. So we've actually gone above and beyond already. You know, we're looking to invest millions and millions of dollars here. Our investors demand the same information that you're asking. The lenders demand the same information you're asking because they don't want to put money into something that's going to cause trouble, because in the long run, that will cost them more money. And so my point there is our interests are actually aligned. And so all the standards will be met, and we look forward to future discussions with the appropriate folks at IDEM on these issues.
Thank you.
All right, any additional questions before we go to public comment? All right, we are now on to public comment. If you would like to make comment here in the chambers, make your way up to the podium, state your name for the record, and you will have 5 minutes to make comment. If you're joining us online, click on that reactions button, click the raise hand button, or send a chat message to the meeting host, and we will recognize you when it is your turn to speak.
While people are getting up here, I want to alert you, there were 3 public comment letters that came in by email today. I forwarded it to all of you. I have paper copies here. I guess if you do want a paper copy, can you just raise your hand right now? I take that as a no. So people in the audience, if you want a paper copy of the comments that came in today, I have them right here.
Go ahead, sir. Please state your name and make your comment.
I'm Bill Baus. I'm the treasurer of the Near West Side Neighborhood Association, which is the neighborhood that directly adjoins the proposed development. The developer hired a traffic study. And they said, oh, there's not going to be a problem. Well, of course they did. That's what they were hired to say. Our neighborhood is very concerned about that. The size of this development, population and unit-wise, is about the same as our neighborhood. Our neighborhood has 10 to 12, depending on how you count, exits from the neighborhood on to other streets. One of those exits is on the Fairview. The rest are on the major streets. This development has 2 exits, one on a major street, the other on the Fairview. The Fairview, as has been said, is a narrow street. Their exit will be about 1.5 blocks from Fairview School, and there is already a problem with traffic at school changing times on the corners of 8th and Fairview and 7th and Fairview. There also can be backups on 8th Street at 8th and Rogers at certain times. Rogers is a very busy street. They say, well, people won't want to go out on Fairview because the garage faces the other way. There's going to be frequent backup traffic at certain times at Rogers Street where people are trying to get out onto the busy street. The people are not going to just sit there and wait. They're going to go out on Fairview. This is a problem that is just not really being properly addressed. Our neighborhood association board has discussed this. We've also put the word out to on our email list to the neighborhood. We did have one neighborhood association member disagree with this. To summarize it, it seemed unneighborly that we were objecting to it. But we believe that the Fairview exit should be either eliminated for vehicles or set up as an emergency-only exit. Fairview Street is not really adequate to handle the kind of traffic that this large development is going to create. People have said, oh, well, it's close to the I keep forgetting the term, the mill district or whatever. That is true. Some people will probably work there. Most will not. I get around town on my bicycle mostly. I'm well known for that. I still have a vehicle. I do drive it sometimes. It has to be parked somewhere. Most of our houses in our neighborhood do not have off-street parking. So off-street parking is already limited. We are fortunate that we're far enough away from the university that we don't have a lot of our neighborhood on neighborhood parking permit. But if this development is allowed to be built the way it's currently proposed, we're probably going to have to add that extra cost to our neighborhoods, many of them low income. We're one of the lower income neighborhoods in town, to get those permits just so that we don't have permanent parking on our streets. I'll let more of our members talk more.
Hello, I'm Thomas Payne. I'm the president of the Near West Side Neighborhood Association. I want to take a minute to thank the commissioners for the line of questions that you've already put out there. It was gratifying to see the number of questions that have already focused on traffic and on parking, and those really are probably our largest concerns with this. And something that did not come up in the conversation, we already know you can't park along the front of the apartments on 9th Street. I'm assuming that will also be true on Fairview, as narrow as it is. I don't know. I don't think Gabriel's allowed to answer my questions during this, but if he jumps out of his shoes, maybe we'll get an answer anyway. I wanted to point out something, and it's really more for this group as opposed to the petitioner. And if I am misinterpreting what I got from the staff report from this, I'm hoping somebody will let me know. There are a couple of parking reduction incentives, as I understand it, in the UDO, and Gabriel's report speaks to this. If you're near a transit line, there's a 15% reduction in the number of required parking spaces. If you make a payment to the affordability fund, there's a 35% reduction in the number of required parking spaces. So between the two, if there were no incentives at all and they weren't on a transit line, this development would require 528 parking spaces. Gabriel's not nodding or not shaking his head. I'm just going to run with it. I'm thinking I'm right on this. Yeah, well, maybe. So if I just look at the affordability payment, you know, I was thinking, well, what does it cost to build a parking garage? And I looked on the internet, and $20,000, $25,000, $30,000 a space to put a space in a parking garage. And then I looked at our own recently built 10th Street parking garage, and it has 400 spaces, and it cost $11 million. That's $27,500 per space. So by the petitioner making and I concur with their number, a $2.3 million payment into the affordability fund, they get a $5,082,000 reduction in their parking cost because they don't have to supply as much space in their parking garage. This strikes me as perhaps an unintended consequence of the UDO, which maybe was thinking about surface parking, but this is a significant boon to the developer, more than offsetting the cost of paying into the affordability fund. Thank you. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Amy Fender. I'm on the HOA board of Trailview Neighborhood, which is a small habitat community. If you imagine Reverend Butler Park as a triangle, With the development at the bottom of the triangle, my neighborhood would be on this side of the triangle. So I'm very, very close to the new development. One of the things, our neighborhood was very contentious when it went in about 10 years ago. And one of the things, there were a lot of requirements for parking, very restricted parking in our neighborhood. And it's been, it's caused a lot of problems in our neighborhood. We definitely do not have enough parking. There have been fights that have broken out in our neighborhood. We've had to call the cops on our neighbors because of parking issues. The apartments, it sounds like the apartments are going to rent for quite a bit of money, and that, you know, they're paying the city to make sure that they don't have to offer any affordable apartments. It sounds like the apartments are probably going to average approximately about 5 times my mortgage payments. So if I, for some reason, lose my house because of, you know, like right before I came down here, I got my tax assessment for the year. And my tax assessment on my property reliably goes up $1,000 every year. And, you know, I live in a Habitat home, so my income certainly doesn't go up that much every year. So if my taxes continue to go up and I can no longer afford my home, I will not be able to afford to live in these apartments at all. So I just want the commission to consider how this is going to affect the people that live next to these apartments. It's like, yeah, they're going to be great for the people that can afford them. It's going to be great for, you know, the trades district and the, you know, all of the professional people that are coming in and the people that they're trying to attract into the city. But the rest of us that live there, we already, like my parents are elderly and they can't come visit me in my house because we don't have any parking. They can't walk. They, you know, like when they come to visit me in my house, there's nowhere for them to park in my neighborhood already because the parking is so scarce. So my parents just can't come visit me at certain times of the day. So parking is, you know, definitely my biggest concern about this project. Traffic is also a big concern. Anyway, thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Joe Davis, and I would like to speak on some of the recommended conditions provided by Planning and Transportation. I'll start off with condition number 3. After removal of all existing material piles on the site, the petitioner shall conduct additional soil testing in at least 3 additional boring locations to be determined by Planning and Transportation. So I guess I would like to address Planning and Transportation and say that I've been visiting this site as a shopper, a seller of my scrap metal ever since I moved to Bloomington in 1993. And Planner Hallbro spoke to the fact that when there was an EPA cleanup, no cleanup took place under the piles, under the existing piles, at what at that time was Fells, now it's Bloomington Iron and Metal. In the west end of that property, there is a frame for former limestone cutting operation. And commonly, the roofs of these structures have corrugated asbestos roofing. Now, if you go down to the U-Store mini warehouse, which is an old limestone cutting mill kind of behind near the McDonald's on South Walnut, there's a Big Red Liquor down there. Okay, down below, that roof is asbestos, corrugated asbestos, and that asbestos has dusted the entire underneath and the area around that building. I actually rented some space back there, and when I'd move things around, it was all dusty. So I did the best I could not to breathe in that dust. So I don't know if that's asbestos roofing on the existing structure there on site, but that is going to be a problem. If so, there is going to be a need for some sort of a mist or a water spray to keep the dust down when that structure is raised, and then it's going to have to be dealt with appropriately. The lot itself, the grade is such that the low spot is toward the east end of that property where you currently enter. It's regularly found that water stands after big rains. So it's going to be necessary to not only test that area where the existing asbestos roof structure is from the previous limestone cutting mill, but also to those low areas. And so I suggest that many more than just 3 locations are done, because it's already been spoken about that underneath the piles, and there are piles all over the place, there was no testing. Back to the other conditions. Okay, condition number 5. There is a typo when it comes to, as stated in here, this would, I guess, be one of the 9th additional condition that or under the paragraph number 5. The 9th condition that was asked for was individual rooms will not be advertised. B was not in there, and leased by the room. And then condition number 6, off-site tree planting. Why is there not on-site tree planting? That is what I would like to know. It's not really appropriate to pass the buck when it comes to sequestering carbon. So, and then when it comes to the payment, condition number 8, when it comes to the payment in lieu, I find that really faulty. When there's a payment in lieu and it goes into the Affordable Housing Fund, there is a lack of transparency. We really don't know what happens with that money. So I strongly encourage you to continue to work on these conditions and improve them such that they truly benefit the public. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I just want to highlight we have 2 people online with their hands raised.
Hi, my name is Kay. I also live in the Trailview neighborhood. We actually walked here today, so I know quite a bit about the walkability and about that path. It's a huge part of why I love my neighborhood. And so one thing is, the trees. I'm concerned, like right now, that is such a beautiful walk. It is just a really great way to go through there. And so I'm like, if you're gonna get rid of all those trees and then plant them somewhere else, how does that help us? 2, and this was like at the very beginning, and I'm just curious why we're voting on this now. Like, we don't actually have an answer to what they're gonna do with the infrastructure with the water, because I've lived in Bloomington my entire life, basically, and we've had some major problems with water. We had Kirkwood flooded. And so now we have this giant hotel coming in, and then right across the street, this giant other infrastructure with how many people. How are we going to take care of that water? And then kind of related to that, are we going to make sure that there's nothing in the soil that is now seeping into our groundwater, since they did say that there was a major corridor already going under there? So that's my short questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name's David Ferrand, and I live on the corner of 6th and Fairview. And first, I'd like to say that I really appreciate them building a nice new, apartment complex there. That's better than what's there now. And they should charge whatever they want to charge, whatever the market will bear. But the entry into Fairview is really going to increase the speeding traffic through our neighborhood. I walk that neighborhood almost every day, and every day there's traffic speeding, cutting through our neighborhood. I live adjacent to the Fairview Alley between 6th Street and 7th Street, and that is 10 feet, 6 inches wide. And I get people speeding through there every day, but also pedestrian traffic through there every day. And it's only going to increase when you have 700 more bedrooms. That means 700 more cars. It's naive to think that the cut-through traffic won't increase in our near West Side neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you. Take one more comment here in the chambers, and then we'll take some online commenters after this.
Thank you for hearing us all tonight. My name's Kay Thorbeck. I have lived on Fairview and West 8th and Fairview for 45 years. And the last 10 years, I've been pretty alarmed by the amount of more traffic coming into our little neighborhood. Small streets, there's not very many garages, so people are street parking. And I know West 9th, 8th, and 7th has parking only on one side of the street. So we've got semi-trucks coming through, Amazon trucks, and now with Fairview School being a very coveted accelerated learning school, we have parents, hundreds and hundreds of parents from the east side and the south side and the north side driving their kids to school 45 minutes before school starts. They come in the afternoon 45 minutes before school gets out. It is a cluster F. You cannot come to my house in the morning or the afternoon. There is so much parked cars all along Fairview where this so-called walking path and street is going to come out on, and it's a congestion. You've got school buses trying to get by, cars getting scraped. It's a nightmare. And then cars trying to speed by and get around cars that are parked for 45 minutes. So I'm all for walking paths and bike paths and emergency vehicles, but little old Fairview Street just can't take any more cars coming onto it. Thank you.
Thank you. We're going to go now to some online comments before we come back and take additional comment here in the chambers, but we will make sure everybody gets a chance to speak. Do we have some online comments waiting?
I've unmuted Joan Mittendorf.
Hi, I'm Joan Middendorf. I live on West 7th Street in the Near West Side neighborhood. And I'm on the environmental committee for the Near West Side Neighborhood Association. And we're concerned most about the climate crisis and housing affordability and infrastructure. And I do feel bad for Kay, because it is true that she has that traffic, I don't know what's it called, the traffic, the lines of cars before and after school. But I don't think if people in the new development come out, they just have to go by there one time and they'll never drive there again, mornings and afternoons. So that's not really a concern for me. But when I asked people around the neighborhood what was their environmental concern about the new development, people told me, and I asked about 10 people, they said they were really concerned about getting more low-income housing. And they would prefer that instead of just giving 15% times 20 times 370 apartments or whatever that formula that you gave was, they would just really prefer that there be affordable housing in this unit. And I hope, and now I'm speaking to the Plan Commission, next time a group comes before you with a big plan like this, which is going to be about the same size as our neighborhood, so you're putting in a new neighborhood as big as ours, can you just tell them it has to be I don't know what you call it, something that's for sale so people can not have to pay rent for the rest of their lives? Would that be possible? And also, another question is, because people seem so concerned about traffic, I ride my bike when I'm well. I ride my bike most of the time, so I'm not so concerned about car traffic. But would it be possible who's going to pay for the traffic signal that will eventually have to happen on Rogers Street? Or, 300 units of people trying to drive out onto Rogers, they'll have to spill over onto Fairview because they can't get onto Rogers. So can there be a traffic signal? And I looked up and it said in Bloomington, it costs between $200,000 to $500,000 to put in a traffic signal. So who's going to pay for that? Yeah, that's really, I just want to say that not everybody in the neighborhood is against this development, because we need more housing. We need more housing, and it needs to be downtown so we don't keep spreading out in the suburbs. But a few things would make the neighborhood happy. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
My name is Robert Harmon. I live with Kay, 8th and Fairview, 2 blocks from here, and 2 blocks from that 9th Street the guys are planning on building, which is one of the stupidest ideas I can think of. I feel like I've been through this movie before. 25 years ago, I would come here and I would talk, and they were building the tall building behind us, what's it called, Kay? Smallwood, okay? And I would say, you guys need to have more parking. And they would say, no, we just need, there are about 30 parking spaces, and there's about 8 floors and hundreds of people living there. And they said, it's not in our interest to build more parking, But the thing was, it became in my interest, our interest on the west side, because as soon as they built it and there wasn't enough parking, what happened was that the students, and I don't blame them, they started parking in our neighborhood. I come down to the city and I said, I can't park when I come home from work outside my house. The solution, parking stickers. So the developers get away with putting no parking in the building, and I have to pay to park outside my house. Here we are, now we're here, They don't even call it housing. They call it product. This is all about making money. We are paying them money so they don't have to buy extra parking. I think there should be a parking spot for every damn building, every house unit there is there. I mean, they'll say, well, it doesn't work for us. you know? And I go, well, you mean what doesn't work for you is like you'll start making a profit on your development maybe 2 years later, and you're going to be making millions for the rest of your damn life, you know? We need housing in the West Side. We don't need this. This is a nightmare. You know, the parking, not just the parking, the Fairview Street, it's just, there's going to be too much damn traffic. Too much traffic. You know, and it's, unless I had it wrong, they're saying when the ambulance or the fire truck comes in, it's going to have to reverse over the garden plot. I think that's what they said, because there isn't a place for it to drive. You know, it's just, we don't need this kind of housing. We need housing that people can buy. Build equity, you know. The problem in Bloomington, and these guys are will be part of the problem. The money comes into Bloomington. They build it, and then the money leaves. It never stays in Bloomington. You've got these outside developers that's been going on for 25, 30 years, and they're bleeding this damn town dry. It's nice if you've got a father who's a millionaire and lives in New York or Philadelphia, or can send your kid here, you know, and it doesn't matter what the hell you're paying in rent, you know. Like they're paying with $1,200 for like a 500 square foot apartment on 15th Street. I'm almost 80 years old. This is not the world I thought I would be living in, you know. It's just a damn mess, and don't let these guys steamroll you, okay? Like, that's what's happening.
Thank you. Do we have any additional online comments?
Yes, we do. Jane Goodman is online. Jane, you should be able to speak.
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much. So I want to return to the topic of air quality. I really appreciate the attention from the city to the air quality, and I appreciate the additional conditions that are required, but that doesn't satisfy me yet. Those of us who live, as I do, on the south side of the Maple Heights neighborhood and the northeast side of the near west side are directly in breathing distance of this site all day, every day, and this includes the Fairview School. And I'm no expert in this field, but I would think this would be possible. I'd like to ask for an air quality monitor that would be operating 24/7 throughout the entire construction period. And so that construction could stop, so that mitigation could be taken if there was something that was troubling. I understand that 3 additional borings will be made, but I have to object, and I apologize, I didn't get the name, but the woman who spoke on behalf of the petitioner about this gave me the impression that you're doing the additional borings to confirm what you think you already know. I would instead like to ask you to do these as if you lived within breathing distance of this site, as if you had children at the Fairview School. I really feel like the environmental testing needs to be rigorous and continuous. Now, I also understand Gabriel's point about going to IDEM and the EPA, but perhaps others may share my concern that in the last 2 years, I don't quite trust the EPA anymore. I'm not sure they have the personnel to do this or to care. I know less about IDEM, but I just would like the city to be directly involved and not just, and I understand that the city doesn't necessarily have the people and the staff that IDEM and EPA have, but we could be directly involved in making sure that proper monitoring is continuously done throughout construction. So I'm hoping that we can get some follow-up on these questions of air monitoring, air quality monitoring. And by the way, I am not the person who sent the email. That was someone else. So clearly more than one of us are concerned about this. I also wanted to ask a question about the trees. I do agree that some of the trees, with the previous commenter, that some of the trees surely could be replanted on the site. But my specific question is about the current trees on, let's see, the south side of the beeline. Those were planted when the beeline was built, and they're new trees. They're coming into kind of fullness now. Are those trees also going to be torn down? It's not clear to me from the site plan that those trees, are those trees going to stay or are those trees going to go? They're on the beeline side of what's currently a chain link fence. So that's just a question. But my overall comment, again, about air quality, this is potentially really, really serious, and we can't mess around with this. So I'm just asking for some additional conditions and guarantees about the continuous monitoring of the air quality. Thank you. That's all the time I need.
Thank you.
We do have one more person online. CG, you should be able to unmute and speak.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, fantastic. This is Casey Green. I also live in the near west side, and I mostly just want to say that this is an excellent example of student housing masquerading as multifamily. It is literally presented as campus-style housing with fenced amenities, and it has a party sky deck, which seemed to get glossed over in the presentation today. I'd also just say that on a personal note, at the neighborhood meeting, it felt really dismissive and condescending at best. I feel like they've represented that they've done a traffic study, and maybe they did, but they couldn't or wouldn't provide meaningful details to the neighbors. And we did ask, but I have not seen that. They said they provided it to the city, and I believe that they did, but we have not seen it. But we were repeating.
Who doesn't love traditional foundation. That's why I create found.
Sorry. Okay. But we were repeatedly assured that traffic would not flow through neighborhoods, but would go up Rogers instead. And I would just like to point out that Rogers draws a red line straight. Sorry, hold on one second. Oh my God, my dog's being so loud. A red line straight through our neighborhood. Like that goes straight through Maple Heights. We exist. We're right here. We've been talked about the entire time like we're just a pass through yet again. That avenue is also the primary access of the beeline to the 17th Street east-west multi-use path. And coming up over the Rainbow Bridge is already really extremely hazardous for cyclists. That hasn't been addressed. There is a corridor study planned or ongoing, but interestingly, the walk and talks for that area were excluded. There are walk and talks in every area, even though we've been requesting relief from traffic since at least 2023. So that's a concern for me. I would also say that this proposal does not seem to take into account any concerns about sound or traffic from the neighborhood meeting. I live on the east side of Maple Heights, and we have serious sound issues coming across the railroad from the student housing on the east side. Imagining that coming across on the west side too would be a serious problem. And I worry about the impacts of partying students on the neighboring elementary school. You know, I do agree we need housing, but this should be affordable housing. Representing it as this like oversimplistic model of supply and demand is disingenuous at best. This is going to be luxury apartments across the street from a boutique hotel. The current complexes in Bloomington already prevent people from like doing sublets, which artificially inflates the occupancy numbers. And, you know, tenants have no relief from this. They prefer to leave units open rather than lower rents or having someone undesirable move in. So the payment in lieu is frankly not sufficient to justify the cost to existing neighbors. Green space is also a problem. I don't see how planting trees off-site and moving affordable housing off-site can be represented as a benefit to our neighborhood at all. Me as a property owner, I'm going to incur some serious financial costs. You know, we already can't cross North Rogers. It's already difficult to bike south over that bridge. That's going to be impacted by both the hotel and this apartment complex. There's going to be no relief at all. The developer isn't going to shoulder any of this cost. It's going to be me personally. It's going to be property owners personally, and the city maybe. So I realize that there might not be much you could do if this is a by right situation that you have to approve by the code. But I just wish we could skip the whole dog and pony show acting like it benefits the neighbors. And I guess that's all I really have to say.
Thank you. Are there any more online comments?
If there's anybody else online, please use the raise hand function. Sandy Clothier wants to speak. Sandy, you should be able to speak.
Okay, thank you so much. I want to say first, I really appreciate all of the comments that have been made so far. I wanted to just address a couple of things that I don't think have been discussed so far. And the first thing that I wanted to do is to read what it says this zoning status is. It's MD-ST, Showers Technology Downtown Character Overlay. The mixed-use downtown Showers Technology character area is intended to draw upon architectural detailing and thoughtful site planning to complement the mass and scale of existing historic structures, draw upon neo-traditional design concepts to extend street grid and to create publicly accessible open space, integrate development that is strategically planned to promote mixed-use development focused on light industrial, manufacturing, and office uses where live, work, young professional, single-family, empty nester, and retiree housing markets are targeted. As you can see, the proposed site for this new apartment complex sits between two historic districts, the Near West Side and Maple Heights, and across from several historic Shower Brothers individual buildings. According to the overlay definition, zoning requires that any built modification should draw upon the architectural detailing and thoughtful site planning to complement the mass and scale of existing historic structures. In looking at this site plan, I see little, if anything, that relates to either the scale or the mass of adjacent historic properties. The building is brick, and that may relate to Showers Brothers buildings, but not the adjacent neighborhoods. Certainly, two neighborhoods with historic designation closely adjacent to this property count as important sites to consider in regards to mass and scale. Neither the scale nor the mass relates to anything I see in the neighborhoods or in the Showers buildings. The development is so far, excuse me, from fitting in to the historic neighborhood it abuts that I cannot imagine how it fits that criteria. The zoning is designated to further be designed to promote mixed-use development, where live, work, young professionals, single-family, empty nester, and retirees might choose to live. But this proposal is to be managed by a company that works primarily with student housing. They mentioned nothing else on the website that I saw. Obviously, I stand corrected because others have seen other information, but I did not see that. It seems to me that more and more guidelines are given a bailout if the developer has the money to remove trees and not replace them in a super dense development that is unlike anything nearby. It's just a terrible idea. There will be no relief from the massive look of this 5-story series of structures. The same thing happened when looking at affordability. The developer paid to not have to have these units affordable. So again, wealthy developers are given a way out. And again, the same thing has come up for parking spaces. This is an extremely dense development. It will potentially have as many residents as the entire near West Side neighborhood. That means noise, traffic, cars, people will likely impact the neighborhood negatively. Has anyone thought of where all those cars with no parking space will be parking their vehicles? There is no room on Fairview, but cars will no doubt be parking on that small, narrow street anyway. And they will be filling up the parking lot of the Reverend Butler Park as well. To many of us living nearby, it seems that there has simply been no real concern for the placement of this monster housing project. Instead, the city has been very willing to allow the developer to do many things that will cause harm to the adjoining neighborhoods. So I ask you, what in this development relates to any of the information that we see in the zoning plan? And I urge you to seriously consider downsizing this project, changing its focus, and really listening to the residents who are going to be impacted. Thank you.
Is there any additional public comment, either online or here in the chambers? Last call for public comment.
If there's anybody online, please use the raise hand function or send a message via chat and we can recognize you.
All right, we are back to the commission then for any final discussion or for a motion. Just as a reminder, the staff recommendation is that we adopt the proposed findings and approve the petition with 10 conditions that are included in the packet. Any final discussion? Go ahead, Commissioner Bishop.
I'm still waiting for some sort of rent price figure from the petitioner. It's been a few minutes if you've got those details.
Anyone else down here? Or are we waiting on a? Oh, sorry.
Had the opportunity to answer your question specifically. We took a look at a broad number of local projects that are currently on the market. And just to make sure I get the figures correct, we looked at a few different ones. But we talked about one bed, one bath, and there's a variety of those. You could maybe look at a studio. I think of a one bedroom as more so has a door, has a clear bathroom. And so we found a range, and it depends again on when it was built, the location, the different services that are within the building. And for one bedroom specifically, we found a range between $1,300 and $1,600. And so when we're pricing our units, we look at a variety of factors and how well the specific unit types are doing. Sometimes you have unique unit types, and sometimes you have what we call loss leaders. It's a unit that is priced at a certain price point because maybe it has a unit challenge or not the best view. And so you could expect, based on current pricing, that we would have units in that wide range of current pricing. So I hope that the $1,300 to $1,600 gives you a rough range of a one-bedroom apartment unit.
I appreciate the research. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Commissioner Kowrocki?
Yeah, I just had a question. I guess it wasn't clear to me either, and there's some kind of questions about this with the trees. Are the trees being removed along the beeline in order to build, and then they'll be replanted? Is that?
So they are proposing to remove, I believe it's all trees on their property. There are trees lining the beeline south of the beeline that are on the beeline property. And I wish I could confirm off the top of my, maybe we can. Once it gets to trees off their property, they need the property owner's permission. So in this case, it would be the City of Bloomington Parks and Recreation permission to remove those trees. So I can see if it's clear from the plans whether any of those are proposed to be removed. But if they are, they need to get permission from Parks. And I would expect that a condition from Parks would be that they plant back anything that they have to remove. So the reason there might potentially be trees removed in that area is because they are committing to reconstructing and relocating a sanitary sewer line that runs generally in that area and is partially on the Beeline property and partially on their property. So they will be doing some ground disturbance on that Parks property. So in the plans that I currently have, it's not clear whether or not any of those would be removed. I think the intention would be to keep as many of them as possible, and certainly that would be enforced through Parks as the manager of that property. Some may need to be removed for that sewer line, but it would be on Parks to make sure that they're planted back. The variances are all about, and the offsite plantings in the proposed condition are all about trees on their own site.
Okay. Well, that's all right now.
Commissioner Kinsey?
Yeah, I wonder if we could address a few of the questions that were raised about parking. One was the very straightforward question about parking permitted on Fairview, and I think we determined that there is no parking on Fairview, but I want to confirm that, just make sure that's what.
Do you want me to jump in now, or do you want to finish?
Sure. Yeah,
currently on Fairview, adjacent to this project, parking is prohibited on the west side near the park, and it is permitted on the east side next to this. Okay. Those of you who are familiar with the neighborhood will probably be able to confirm that no one in living memory has ever seen a car park on the east side of Fairview in this block. It's not prohibited. The current, what they're proposing, we're weighing out on the screen here, what the petitioners are proposing for Fairview Street would be 20 feet of asphalt curb to curb on that stretch of Fairview, which combined with two-way traffic doesn't really work to have parking on one side. So we have discussed with the petitioner the idea of the city taking forward a recommended change to Title 15 of the code to prohibit parking on both sides of Fairview to just reflect the situation there and what the road is. But the current status is that parking is permitted on the east side of Fairview adjacent to this project.
Okay. All right. So there is something potentially in the works to change parking, and when that would happen after?
There's no particular deadline set on it, but I think what staff was thinking is that we'd get that in motion, later this month, and it would be part of code by the fall, so well before this gets built. Sorry, I don't want to commit to those timelines, but there's no reason to wait for this project to start construction or finish construction to do that.
Okay. Was there any thought of making that a condition or adding that more explicitly?
No, but not because there was a conscious thought not to. Just that's a very good point. It could be.
The challenge is we can't compel another board
Yeah. Okay.
for action.
Okay. Okay. I wonder if we could talk a little bit more about some of the, there were lots of views about parking expressed during the public comment, and I know that it is a hotly debated issue, whether parking is necessary for every bedroom, and if that's an easy way to do it, but that others think that that's completely overbuilt. I wonder if there could be a little more conversation about the parking. And one explicit question, I would love to know if the calculation that our speaker from the near West Side neighborhood made about what the petitioners were getting in terms of reduction in cost was at all near any calculations that were done. I thought that was quite interesting.
I'm trying to look up the numbers. I don't actually remember what the number the gentleman said. It was more than 500. And I'm trying to find where the calculation was. But if there were no reductions, right, they're getting reductions for proximity to transit and also because they're getting affordable housing incentives. If there were no reductions, it would be in the range of 500 parking spaces minimum that would be required. 527 is what the minimum, I think that's a little lower than what the commenter said, but 527 is what would be required if there were none of these reductions. But that's not what's required in this case.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Thanks.
Commissioner Burrell?
So just run that by me again, Gabriel. So the incentive for affordable housing helps with parking spaces?
Yes. So the way the code's written, if you get or if you earn affordable housing incentives, or if it's a senior housing development, age-restricted senior housing, in either case, you can get this 35% reduction. I would venture a guess that language dates from when there was not a payment in lieu option.
So it's just conflicting unintended consequences from two different sides of the UDO that are not.
Well, so the reason behind that was when you look at those two projects, affordable housing projects and senior housing, oftentimes those have a lower parking need. So sometimes when we encounter those developments and they're like, hey, we don't want to have to provide as many parking spaces cost money, we don't have a need for it, there should be a reduction. If we're trying to make a project more affordable, putting in parking that we don't feel like we have a need for just raises the cost of that development. So that's why that language was included in the incentives to allow for that reduction for those two uses. So whether they're units on site or utilizing the payment in lieu, the UDO allows either one of those. So that's where that history is.
Okay, thank you. Another question is, I know that they're going to remove trees, but I know that they are also required to plant many trees. Do we have a number of trees that they will plant on site?
Yes, it will take me a moment to find the exact number.
Trees and shrubs, please.
Uh, 61 large canopy trees, 20 small trees, and 791 shrubs are what's proposed. And that's in a little table on the landscape plan, which is part of the civil set that was in the packet.
So it's not going to be they have to replant, correct? It's not going to be empty. They're going to have to replant and landscape their open areas.
Yeah, and as you're familiar, since you sit on the Board of Zoning Appeals, when this came for that variance, part of the justification for the variance and in the findings that the Board of Zoning Appeals adopted is that the landscape plan is going to be planted. There will be trees and shrubs in nearly, practically speaking, in every possible location to put one. But it's just they're maxing out where they can put trees and shrubs, and that was the reason that they were requesting the variance to do off-site plantings.
And the off-site planting, who's going to coordinate that? Is that Parks and Rec?
Yeah, so there's a memorandum of understanding between Greystar, Planning and Transportation, and Parks and Recreation. We all have our roles. The actual, who's going to be out there planting stuff on the ground, well, it's probably not actually going to be these people here, but it's going to be people that they hire. to go out and put the trees in the ground, and then Parks will verify that it was done correctly. So it's on the petitioner to make sure the planting actually happens.
And my last question is with condition number, just a second, number 3, that there are going to be at least 3 additional boring locations. Why just 3? Is there a specific, can that number be, can we say more or different location or specific locations? For example, under the piles, it hasn't been tested.
Yeah, so there was not a rigorous analysis to produce the number 3. There was a sort of informal looking at it with staff of what we think would be sort of a reasonable minimum amount to really get the kind of information we need. Came up with 3. I'm not really prepared to defend that exactly.
There's a map that was in the packet, I believe, that the petitioner submitted of where previous borings had been done.
Okay.
And so there were some gaps of where those had been occurred based on where the stockpiles had been. So when we came up with the number 3 and we deferred to staff of where those locations would be, it was based on where those gaps were from the previous borings and based on where those stockpiles had been identified. Certainly if you feel like additional quantity of numbers is warranted, you can modify that condition of approval to include more.
Yeah, I appreciate you telling me that, because so there was some thought process on how and where they're going to go. Okay, thank you so much for sharing.
Thank you to Commissioner Burrell for bringing up the reasonable condition number 3, because I also wanted to bring that up and just to kind of clarify that because multiple people also mentioned this, that the requirement is at least 3 additional, which means that maybe you might move all the piles and do 1 and realize, well, we actually need 5 or 6 or 7. So is that, am I reading that correctly, first of all, that we're using 3 as a minimum and that there is full understanding and expectation, both among planning and transportation and also the petitioner, that maybe there would be more depending on what happens with those 3?
Yeah, and I absolutely do not envision a case where we are in conflicts with the petitioner, where we say 5 and they say no. I do not envision that happening. So, we do intend to work with the petitioner to get to a number and location of borings that work well. The way that it's currently written, though, it does say at least 3. So if 3 are done, that meets the condition.
I'm sorry, what did you say last?
If the way it's written right now, it says at least 3, meaning if 3 more soil boring sites are done, that meets the condition.
Right.
So if there's, I think we certainly have an interest in making sure that there's a sufficient number, right? And that sufficient number could be more than 3, but as it's currently written, it says at least 3, and so 3 would meet that.
Okay. I don't think I have other questions, thanks.
Commissioner Seaborn?
I don't know if I have too many questions, more just being, just sharing where my thoughts are. Hearing a lot of comments and concerns, we're learning a lot about the UDO. Largely, this project appears to meet most of the UDO conditions. A lot of the conditions we're being presented are shared in the spirit of just being extra cautious and transparent, but are things that would largely already be required, or are things that are outside generally the purview of the city. So just sharing that with context and trusting that there are still conditions, because some things haven't yet fully been fleshed out, like things reviewing stormwater with CBU, but expecting that they will be workable within the current site plan. So just noting that, noting concerns about traffic and parking, there is a transportation commission that evaluates things that are existing, and as issues could come up, there is a resource there available just to monitor and track and continuously potentially explore changes like to parking on city streets. I also did just want for the public's and commission's awareness to be aware that there's been reference to a traffic study. I've not seen a traffic study, so just throwing that out there. That's all I have to offer right now.
Thank you. All right. Is there any additional comments or a motion?
This one's for staff. The payment in lieu option in the UDO says that the city may authorize the acceptance of a payment in lieu. Can the city also reject that? Because I hear a lot about the parking possibly turning into a safety concern with neighboring residents, people who live here 100% of the time. So could we firmly reject a payment in lieu to get more parking?
Interesting question that, as far as, the authority to do that, I'm not sure. I wonder if,
Yeah, we would need to probably check with legal on that. There has never been a situation yet where we have rejected that. Yes, you're correct. The UDO does say the petitioner may utilize that. It's also one of many things. They may provide units on site. It's an allowance. There's not a mechanism or review criteria to say yes or no.
Could you look into that? Because, granted, they've done a great job of using every gray area and loophole possible to do what they do, and that's what corporations do like that. And so I applaud them on that effort. And so I'm curious, on the same token, can we just say no?
Okay, I have a comment. So multifamily is allowed in this district. I think that Bloomington needs single-family housing. I think we need houses that people can own. I wish that this were that type of development, but multifamily is allowed in this district, and so we don't get to reject this based on that. They can build multifamily there if that's what they want to build there. Now, I do think that we can reject this based on the failure to mitigate adverse impacts on the surrounding neighborhood. I think the parking and the traffic, those are real issues, and it's in the UDO, and I'm comfortable voting to reject this based on that. The payment in lieu issue, that's a great solution to it. If we can deny that and get 500 or more parking spaces in here, I think that would make a big difference in the outcome here. I think that would be much better for the surrounding neighborhood, and it wouldn't be hopefully that burdensome. I think the project probably, they would still want to go forward with it. So I think I would make a motion to continue this to get an answer to the payment in lieu question and what the city's options are on that. And give the petitioner a chance to come back and voluntarily accept more parking or decide whether without the payment in lieu it's not worth it. I understand it, but I think the packet said that they were getting an additional floor for the payment in lieu. Maybe we can partially reject it or withdraw some of those offerings, some of the incentives. Maybe petitioner will voluntarily relinquish some of them.
So you're making a motion?
So I make a motion to continue this to get, in order to, we have time to get answer to those questions.
Is there a second for the motion to continue?
Second.
All right, any discussion on the motion to continue? Your motion is to continue this to the May?
Yes, the next meeting.
I have
Any
one
discussion?
question, sort of. It relates to the motion to continue. Commissioner Seabour mentioned that he has not seen a traffic study, and I wonder if that's another thing to add on to this. Interest is, there is, I've been searching for a traffic study, and here it's been mentioned, but I don't find it either. That does seem to be a significant concern by commenters, and I think it deserves to be looked into.
Commissioner Stossberg.
I'm inclined to continue right now, partly because it's just really late. And I'm not inclined to deny this simply because of parking issues. I know that that's a huge concern, generally speaking, but it's also statistically relevant that that we are really in this particular location potentially attracting the type of people who will not need a car, and that seems really foreign in a lot of ways, but there are lots and lots of people that exist without cars, of all ages who exist without cars, and especially because of the proximal location to the bus line. I think that can work. I also am interested in seeing the traffic study, and especially whether the traffic study was done when Fairview School was in session, because it is, we talked about that last year before, about North High School when there was that development up there, that subdivision, to make sure that the traffic study was done when school was in session to be able to account for that additional traffic. And I'm also curious in terms of Fairview Street, in terms of just what it sounds like there's some traffic problems over there already that maybe are going unaddressed. And I would be curious to hear a little bit more from maybe planning and transportation, maybe engineering, about whether something else needs to happen over there. And I know, the Rogers-Madison-Kinzer corridor study is certainly relevant in this case, but it's also potentially relevant, in terms of the question that was brought up by one of the commenters, like who's going to pay for that traffic light? Like, who is going to pay for that traffic light, and how exactly is that going to happen? In terms of thinking about that larger corridor study and this project going in there. So anyway, those are all good reasons to continue at this point. Thanks.
Commissioner Kinsey.
And I have one more I want to add to this list of, if we're going to continue this, I think the suggestion to do air quality monitoring during construction is a reasonable suggestion, and I would like to know if that's feasible to put in place as a condition, and if the petitioner would want to impose that on their own air quality.
Any other questions or comments on the motion to continue?
We do have Anadina Kasamanian with the legal department on Zoom. We can, if we want an answer to that question brought up earlier, we can call in her, I believe. Let's see, Anadina, I believe you're unmuted. I can see your microphone icon moving up and down, but we're not hearing anything in the room.
I don't know. I'm sorry. Oh.
Oh, interesting. It's coming in the closed captioning, but
I think this is a problem with our audio in the room here.
Yeah. People are saying in the chat that they could hear her on Zoom. So we've got something going on with the room right now.
Is it? Well, let me, is there a way that legal can provide comment in written form that You can read to the,
Well, Anadina wrote in the chat, coming, so I don't know how far away she's coming from, maybe from upstairs.
okay, yes. We're gonna do it live.
Sorry to make you come down here.
Anadina Casamanian for the City of Bloomington, Legal Department. So what's the question?
So the question from the commission is under kind of what grounds they could base a denial for the use of the payment in lieu aspect of the incentives. The UDO says that a petitioner may utilize the provisions of the UDO and come to an agreement, but it doesn't, historically, we have had this question come up once or twice in the past, and legal has never said, here are the criteria. Yes, the UDO does say it's a may, but there's no criteria to base that on in terms of whether or not that's appropriate or not appropriate to allow that. So didn't know if you had anything that you wanted to lend to that.
Yes, thank you, Eric. So my understanding is even though it's allowed via the UDO, it doesn't mean that the Plan Commission cannot reject it. I do think that the Plan Commission can reject the payment in lieu option. And I'd be happy to give you more information on that, the legal basis, but my basic understanding is that even though the UDO allows it, doesn't mean that the Plan Commission has to accept it. Any other questions?
Thank you.
I would just clarify that based on the staff report and the packet, staff's recommendation is to accept it. But that's different from the question of what action you take.
Commissioner Sussberg.
Kind of on that vein, but so if the legal interpretation here in terms of what the UDO says is that we don't have to accept the payment in lieu, but it's not just about the payment in lieu, it's about them taking advantage of the affordability incentive. So is that really optional in terms of like if they want to use the affordability incentive? Because the question was about the parking reduction, right? Is it's just like, oh, if we reject the payment in lieu, then we can make them build more parking. But if we reject the payment in lieu, then they could just say, well, we're going to do the affordability incentive and we're just going to offer 15% of our units at an affordable rate. It would be an interesting question what affordable, what the affordability mark they would have to stay under is, because we changed that in January of this year, but they are paying in lieu based on last year's, and so I assume that then they would have to provide 15% of under 120% of AMI to meet that, but then they would still be able to get that parking reduction. So I'm not sure that there's much point in like refusing the payment in lieu because they could still take advantage of the affordability incentive unless we could totally reject them taking advantage of the affordability incentive, which I'm not sure. I mean, I certainly don't want to do that, but.
Sorry, that sounded like a great comment. Was that a question? Or was there a question there?
It was kind of a question, I guess. Like, I mean, if we're allowed to reject the payment in lieu, but are we allowed to reject the affordability incentive use?
If the petitioner modified the proposal to come back with on-site affordable units, then they earn it. And there's not discretion in that.
Right. So the only discretion is whether or not we accept the payment in lieu. But either way, the parking amounts could stay the same.
Correct. I mean, if we're talking about, if we're doing hypotheticals on how the petition could be modified, they could go up to 658 parking spaces and still be under the minimum.
Well, no, I mean.
Sorry, under the maximum. I said that wrong word.
Yep, I know. It's because it's too late. Well, but that's not, I mean, the concern I think that I was hearing from the other end was that there's not enough parking, but they're like above the minimum. with what they're offering right now, combined with the incentives. And so we can't really like reject the incentives. So that's not really a viable way to force increased parking. Okay.
All right. Is that all your questions?
I have one last question.
Commissioner Burrell?
Yes, my question is for the petitioner. I mean, would you be willing to just increase the amount of parking without, just because we would like more parking?
We can't answer that tonight.
Sure.
We'd have to go back, so, there is a motion and I think a second on the continuance, so that probably makes the most sense.
I guess that would be good to investigate.
Right.
I mean, you can investigate what would it be, for the overall project if you can increase one floor of parking. And I don't know how many parking spots that would do. That would be per floor. So anyway, it's just an
Understand.
idea.
We just can't answer that
Yes.
tonight.
Understandable.
Yes or no.
Yes, thank you.
Commissioner Strasburg?
While you're standing there, does the petitioner have an opinion on continuing versus voting tonight?
I think a continuance would be best. I think there's some things that you all would like us to look at. We'll definitely look at them. I just can't give you an answer.
All right. Anything else? Any other comments, questions?
I guess my comment would just be, if we're going to continue it, do we need to sort of outline what our expectation is for the next discussion that we have?
That would be helpful for staff.
Great.
That would be appropriate. I feel like we've laid out quite a few points already, and I'll just say this. It will give everyone a chance to put anything else on the record that we want to see if this were to be continued, but I don't think that while the parking concerns are valid, we can't deny a request on the grounds that there's insufficient parking when the petitioner followed our guidance on the parking. I mean, if there's a problem here, then we need to fix the UDO. It's not grounds to deny a petition when they've complied with the outline we set forth in the UDO. So it's very frustrating to me when we do this. We take it out on petitioners when all they've done is follow the rules we've set forth for them. So if we want to see things change, we need to change our rules, not continue to bend the rules when petitioners have done everything that we've asked of them. So in my mind, it's not perfect. There are definitely concerns here. But this is basically a by right petition. They've done literally everything the code calls for. So I don't see reason to continue this. I mean, I'm sure it'll be helpful to have some more comment, but in terms of the outcome, I don't think continuing this is going to change the outcome. With that, anybody have anything else they want to, any guidance they want to give, any final comments before we call the roll on the motion?
I don't know if Enadina had anything that she wanted to add.
Yes, I just wanted to make one more comment that I do think that this would call for more time. I know I answered that question pretty quickly, but I would like to take some time to research a little more. I think there can be a recommendation of the rejection, but I'm not exactly 100% sure on the rejection, so I'd like to take some time to be able to get you a full, complete answer on that. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead, Commissioner Kinsey.
I'll just add, I think I was probably pretty clear in terms of guidance. For me, I think this relates to Commissioner Holmes' concern about the failure to mitigate adverse impact. And to me, adverse impact is a combination of traffic study, traffic light, making sure that the traffic is not, the community is not adversely impacted from what's revealed in that traffic study that we haven't seen. And I think specific discussion of the traffic light and, if there's any concern and when the traffic study was conducted, if that was during school time. Also, I think the air quality is another potential adverse impact. So those are my main concerns.
Commissioner Seaborg?
I guess I wasn't going to say more, but just to talk about the traffic study, if it finds anything, those would be off-site improvements and not something that we could require. So it's additional information that's interesting, but kind of like what President Whistler was talking about, I don't see how it could really influence our decision. And I think he gave a really good summary. So just wanted to share that part. Traffic study would be really interesting, but doesn't really apply to how we can weigh in on the petition before us.
I also wanted to point out the applicability for the incentives. It says that these affordable housing and sustainable development incentives are available to all development, except for student housing or dormitory in the downtown. So in the applicability, it does say that these are available to all developments.
Thank you. Any other final comments? All right. Let's call the roll on the motion to continue.
Kinsey,
Yes.
Stossberg,
No.
Whistler,
No.
Bishop,
Yes.
Burrell,
No.
Seaboard,
No.
Korodke,
Yes.
Holmes.
Yes.
Those 4 yeses?
It's 4-4.
All right, so that motion fails. That means we need another motion. Someone like to make a motion? As a reminder, the staff recommendation was that we adopt the proposed findings and approve the petition with 10 conditions in the packet. Commissioner Stossberg.
I'll move that we adopt the proposed findings and approve SP 26030004 with the 10 conditions as stated in the packet.
Is there a second?
Second.
All right, any final discussion?
I guess one I don't know the way to do this, but if it could be added to one of the conditions about the easements, just that the multi-use path would be maintained by the property owner, just so that is very clear.
I'll modify my
modify your
motion
motion? Yes.
to say, to add a note in condition number 7 to clarify that the easement will be maintained by the property owner. Is that good with the person who seconded?
Is your second
Yes.
stand?
Yes.
Just to clarify, you stated the conditions with this amendment that are stated in the packet, and the findings would be as stated in the staff report, or different findings?
I said we adopted the proposed findings.
Oh, apologies, I misheard.
I think it's really late.
Perfect, good confirmation.
Yeah, I do want to say that one of the reasons why I switched on that, first of all, we had Anadina come in to give us the legal interpretation of the question on the floor of whether we could really reject that, and we can't really. The most we could do is force the affordable units to be built as opposed to the payment in lieu. And I have my own thoughts about payment in lieu, but either way, the 15% of units under 120% AMI would not necessarily be fantastic either, which is why I worked to change that part of the UDO. And I'm with Commissioner Seaboard that traffic study stuff would be interesting, but would require off-site improvement that we couldn't like force. But I do think that there is maybe some issues going on over there with traffic, and would encourage folks in that neighborhood to reach out to planning and transportation and to engineering with different, possibilities in terms of traffic calming, in terms of signaling, in terms of, working with MCCSC to figure out the best like pickups and drop-offs and things like that. But that does seem like it's a little bit out of the scope of this project. Thanks.
Any other comments?
If I may, just one before we, but I have great respect for the comments that you've made here this evening. I do believe that we are within our bounds if we choose to reject this. It's not bare compliance with the UDO. It has to be consistent with the comprehensive plan, and it has to have mitigation of adverse impacts. I think those are justifiable reasons. It's in the code. It's not just bare, did it fit in the box of the UDO or not? That's not what we're limited to on our decisions. Thank you.
Any other comments before we call the roll? All right, please call the roll on the motion to approve.
Stossberg,
Yes.
Whistler,
Yes.
Bishop,
No.
Burrell,
Yes.
Seaboard,
Yes.
Korodke,
No.
Holmes,
No.
Kinsey,
Yes.
I believe that's 5 yeses. All right, motion carries. Petition is approved. Thank you all for your patience this evening. That is our final petition for the evening, and we are adjourned.